Good evening and welcome to our October 30 meeting, Thursday at 5:30 p.m. Let's go ahead and get started, calling the meeting to order where we do have a quorum. And first we'll have district celebrations.
And before I get to celebrations, we'll have our volunteers and public service announcements. Well, you're right. Celebrations part 1.
Powerful partners, no way, yeah. I'm glad to be here. Thank you all for allowing us to do this. As you know, I'm here to introduce to you some of the district's newest partnerships. And all of these are associated with Maybeville Middle School. That's exciting. I know they're excited. We can tag team on this. We have a lot of partners to introduce to you. Unfortunately, a lot of their representatives could make it. It's a busy time with fall festivals and all, but we didn't want to delay in doing this, so at least you're aware. Thank you, Michael Mason, for taking the cue, and Dr. Wright. They're going to stand there graciously until we have a representative come up so you can have your photograph made with them. But I do want you to be aware of all the partnerships that are going on at the school. First and foremost, we're going to introduce Amazon Logistics, Lessons for Life, and Evergreen Living Center. And I think it's really cool that Amazon is supporting the school through service and donations. And their partner rep leader is Brittany Sanderson, and she's engaged in a lot of district activities, so we're proud of that. And so thank you, Amazon, for doing your part. And we're also excited about Lessons for Life. That's a mentoring program that has been engaged with the district for years, and they have expanded to Maybeville Middle School. So they're going to be mentoring some of our middle school females, our female students. So that's exciting. Thank you, Alexis Ware, for bringing that program to our school. And then Evergreen Living Center, it has created a partnership, which I think this is a cool component. They are offering the fine arts programs opportunity to perform at their school. So you can have the choir during the holidays maybe, or the art students making birthday cards. But I think it's really nice that the seniors and the students get to collaborate on things. So thank you, Evergreen Living, for that. We also are introducing Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance to the school and Arkansas Minority Health Commission. Of course, both of these are focused on health in general. The Hunger Relief Alliance addresses food insecurities and provides programs, food resources, and education. So we're grateful to them. They're also a DIPS board sponsoring organization, so we love that they're engaged in our school. The Arkansas Minority Health Commission is its mission is to ensure all minority Arkansans have equitable access to preventive health care. So they're going to be supporting Maybeville with health fairs and providing resources to their families. So thank you, Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance and Minority Health Commission. And then Geyer Springs Baptist Church, Nike Community Ambassadors, and Life Skills for Youth. And I know we have a representative from Geyer Springs Baptist. Come on up, TJ. Introduce your guest.
Yes, this is Pastor TJ. He has been incredible at helping our staff and our students and families already. They took initiative right off the bat and just asked where could they lean in and help with that support. So we are very grateful for their assistance.
And y'all can get a photo with the superintendent and Director Mason. We're glad to have y'all. Here, you can hold this. Is anybody a representative from the minority? Right here. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Did you get your certificate earlier? We need to get that. Okay. Well, we'll post with the picture and I'll get it. Thank you. See, she came in after. Y'all are supposed to be. I know this man for 20 years. But when y'all came in after I started, so that's not fair. Okay. Yeah. See, y'all are supposed to be standing up going, wait, you're.
I I don't know, blessed, I'm just blessed.
You can get in the photo, yeah. Yeah, we have to catch up now because I was just speeding through this like lightning.
Okay, everybody look forward, please. Do we have?
She has their certificates now. Thank you, Director Mason, for getting me straight on all that. See, y'all can see, I don't have eyes in the back of my head. I didn't know who was here. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. No, we're not through. We're not through. So if somebody else comes in, you have to let me know. The Nike ambassadors, I love this. Nike is encouraging their employees to work with students in sports. And I love the fact that they're just doing it, right? So thank you, Nike, for engaging. And of course, Life Skills for Youth, how long? Just forever. They've been helping Southwest Little Rock, so we appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
So thank you to those three particular partners. Last but not least, and see, I bet Dr. Brooks was like, well, wait, I'm not in the picture yet, but you are now. Come on, we're introducing your partnership. She's B&B Projects, Bronze Closet. We also have, we want to give a shout out to Positive Atmosphere Reaches Kids, which we all know it as Park. And we also want to celebrate Mobile Methodist Church. So, yeah, is anyone in the house associated with these that I did not know about? All right, glad you're here. Get up there so Jack can take your picture. But I love this. Dr. Brooks started this in honor of her son, and they helped give supplies to students in need, clothing, hygiene products, and so forth. So that's pretty special that they're doing that.
Forward for a second, please. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you, gentlemen. You served us well. And I know that Sierra would like to thank her partners in particular. She's the community school coordinator. We're happy to have her new in the district.
Yes, I'm actually, I come here, I've been here for about 3 months. So Lovin, Arkansas, I'm from Missouri. Truly enjoying this partnerships with our community partners in education. I just wanted to say thank you all for letting us be able to recognize them. And then as well, it's just been a true blessing just kicking off this school year with their support. Like that it has been mentioned, we've already supported at least 172 students within our school with just some of these donations and this support. So we've been very grateful. So thank you all for your time, and we appreciate you. Thank you, partners. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Stand up, partners. Come on. Thank you for your time. As I take a seat, I want to give you a gentle reminder about BIPS Reading Day, November 18th. If you have not registered to read, please join the 300-something that already have. Beat you to it. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you next month. Thank you, partners.
Thank you, Ms. Blaylock, and thank you to all of our partners. We're going to continue with our celebrations. We have quite a bit to share, as we do every single month, starting first with our first student spotlight. It's sure to warm your heart, and for others, your feet. Fulbright pre-K students are spreading warmth this October. They collected and delivered over 400 pairs of socks to the van volunteers who will make sure they reach those who need them the most. They refer to this as Socktober. Thank you for the three of you who laughed. Donations are still being accepted, so if you would like to give a donation, please do so at Fulbright. We could not be more prouder of these young students who are realizing early the gift of giving back to their community. Congratulations to the Chico Cheetahs String Band under the direction of Mr. Aaron Ferris. They were one of the recipients of the IBMA Foundation Arnold Schultz Fund grants in 2025, and they used the funds to organize school-based bluegrass and string band programs. As a result of this new opportunity and this grant, Chico may be making history. We can't say it yet, but stay tuned for more information that we'll be sharing in the future. LRSD is very proud of the students you see here. They represent the Dunbar Magnet basketball team, who are proving that they are more than just athletes. Every student on the team, some are represented here, some were not here for the citations, but every single member of the team made the AB Honor Roll. And were recognized this week with citations. Go Bobcats. Picture here are Michael Pippins, Caden Horton, Matthew Joy, Ray Dean White III, and their coach, and of course, Principal, whose name is this? Quentin Kane, thank you. I'll be 50 in a couple of months, so it's hard to run.
It happens all of it.
Yes.
It does.
All right. You're looking at another representation of more leadership in action. Congratulations to Bailey Woods from Dr. Marion G. Lacey K-8 Academy. Bailey was selected as Arkansas's National Beta Club Leadership Representative. During the recent Beta Club Leadership Summit, she impressed judges with her teamwork, communication, and leadership skills, standing out among 20 talented students from across the state. Congratulations to Bailey, and thank you for representing LRSD. Congratulations to the Forest Heights STEM Academy Middle School Choir for their recent accomplishment. These talented vocalists have earned well-deserved spot in the ARC CDA Region 2 All-Region Choir, showcasing their musical skill as well as their dedication, discipline, and passion. So congratulations to these students from Forest Heights STEM Academy. Middle school volleyball champions were crowned a couple of weeks ago, and if you have never been to a middle school volleyball match, I guarantee you it is unreal, the level of competition, not just from the students, but from the parents and the audience. I am still shocked. But congratulations to our middle school volleyball champions, to Pulaski Heights Middle School 7th grade champions, and a big shout out to the Pinnacle View Middle School 8th grade girls champs. Great competition from all of our teams. Speaking of Pinnacle View, the Pinnacle View Skyhawks soared. Get that, Skyhawks soared? Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. Soared at the 2025 Tiger Cup Invitational at Central, earning first and third place in the junior high Quiz Bowl division. Special shout out to a student who is no stranger to us, Pericles Wang, who brought home the MVP medal for the highest average of correctly answering questions. So congratulations to the Pinnacle View Quiz Bowl team. And congratulations to 4 Little Rock Central High creative writing students who were recognized in the Women Writing the West High School Writing Competition, a worldwide contest celebrating women's stories and voices. Kaylin Chang was a 2025 winner of this worldwide contest. Sadie Alverson and Addison Ringo were finalists, and Emma Arnold received an honorable mention. These students will receive certificates, monetary awards, and recognition at the organization's annual conference. A very proud moment for the Little Rock School District and the University of Arkansas celebration, where both LRSD leader and 7 students were recognized for the outstanding achievements. Central High Principal, the one and only Nancy Russo, received the very first time this award has been given, the inaugural Vision Leadership Award, honoring her commitment to student success and excellence. And also congratulations to Parkview Arts and Science Magnet High School's National Merit Scholar, who was celebrated along several Central High National Merit Scholars. By the way, LRSD will also be honoring these students with at the Principal Scholars Reception, which will take place on next Monday. And board members, all of you are invited, and you should have received information in your emails. Very proud moment last week when LRSD and the University of Arkansas at Little Rock have joined forces to bring an associate's degree program directly to LRSD high schools, marking the first program of its kind for public schools in Pulaski County. The 2 institutions recently formalized a partnership, signing an MOU. This means that a student could simultaneously graduate with both a diploma and an associate's degree. The program officially starts next school year at Little Rock Southwest and will expand to our other high schools in the district. What an incredible honor for JA Fair counselor Mildred Calvin. She's one of only 300 educators chosen for a full scholarship to the 2025 Jumpstart National Educator Conference in Boston this fall. Congratulations to you, Ms. Calvin. And to Gibbs Magnet School's Library Media Specialist, Lori Gibson. She was recently named one of the outstanding Project Lead the Way teachers for 25-26. This is a national honor recognizing educators who go above and beyond to inspire students, support peers, and strengthen their school communities. We're so proud of Ms. Gibson. And we also recently recognized LRSD Career Tech Director, who I thought was here. I know who she is. I thought she was here. I was getting ready to, her name is right here, so I couldn't forget that. Shamika Montgomery, she received the Behind the Scenes Award for the UAPB AM&N National Alumni Association. She helped award 9,000 in scholarships to deserving freshmen. 7 of those 9 recipients were LRSD students. And if you have not read, well, let me read it first. Congratulations to our very own Karna Johnson. She is a music teacher at Western Hills. She's also a Teach Plus policy fellow. Her inspiring op-ed, which was featured in the Arkansas Advocate this week, the op-ed was titled, "Let's Make School a Place that Kids Want to Be." Ms. Johnson beautifully reminds us that when we lead with passion, access, and belonging, students not only show up, but they also thrive. So if you haven't had a chance to check out her op-ed, it is definitely worth the read. And if you haven't had dinner, we're about to make you very hungry. We have to thank Child Nutrition Director, the one and only Stephanie Walker-Hines, for helping put LRSD's program on the map. Ms. Walker-Hines is being recognized nationally for the work she and her team are doing to get kids excited about school meals, especially lunch. Ms. Walker-Hines' efforts are being celebrated in cafeterias across the district and even earned a mention by local food influencer and blogger. We all know him as the Mighty Rib, Kevin Shalin. The Little Rock Food Commission recently sampled a variety of wings during a recent meeting hosted at Central. So congratulations to Ms. Walker-Hines and our food service department. And this past week, everyone in the Little Rock community will be proud of the representation at the Council of the Great City Schools Fall Conference. Our staff was front and center, leading professional development discussions on the great work being done in our district. We especially want to give a shout out to our students, Austin Bernard and Tony Hare. I think Tony is here. There's Tony. Who demonstrated excellence by our students on the national stage. We had a total of 7 different presentations by students, staff members, and Ms. Johnson, who actually did a presentation around our soon-to-be launching second language, dual language program. Ms. Johnson probably doesn't want me to say this, so I'm going to say this as well. She has earned a reputation at the conference. I think this is maybe her second or third one attending, but she is known as the conference karaoke dance queen. Ms. Johnson shuts down every reception, every party that is held at the conference, and so we are so proud of you, Ms. Johnson. Affectionately known around the conference as Miss Norma Jean. Our Reading of the Rock efforts continue to go well. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Leadership and Language Magnet Academy had some special guests from the Little Rock Zoo to visit them and to celebrate Miss Bridget Jeffries' 4th grade class, who turned in the most reading logs as part of our Reading in the Rock initiative. They had close and personal encounters with a tarantula, ferret, and a boa constrictor while learning fun facts about animals. We are encouraging everyone to take the pledge to read and to help. And as we are having conversations around literacy and our 3rd grade promotion, we are encouraging all of our parents to make sure, if you can't do anything else, not if you can't do anything else, the best thing that you can do is to encourage and make sure that your kids are reading at home at least 20 minutes a day. And on this last day, well, tomorrow is the last day of October, but we are getting ready to close out National Principals Month, and we wanted to create something a little different this year, allowing our principals to show the fun side of their personalities. And some of their personalities are showing loud and clear in this little illustration. So enjoy our version of the Brady Bunch photo trend. Many of the faces you see here are the first ones on campus, besides the custodial teams, and the last ones to leave. We thank all of our principals for what they do every day to support students, staff, and parents. Just in case our principals need a feel-good moment, one parent posted on Facebook, "My kids and family have been fortunate to experience the leadership of several of these principals." So thank you and keep up the great work. And we are kicking off enrollment season for LRSD beginning next week. Information is already gone out and will continue to be pushed out over the span of the enrollment period. A comprehensive message about the process is shared on the district's website under news articles, but you'll be hearing more information about that as we get ready to begin the open enrollment process. And it's just a reminder about the upcoming, I love this, Java with Jermall. That's me. It's where parents, staff, and community members come together over coffee and conversation to share thoughts and concerns, as well as to ask any questions that they may have. We have had a great turnout for the first two events and looking forward to our next one, which will take place on November 12th. This one will be at Terry Elementary from 7:45 to 8:45 a.m. We appreciate Man for hosting the first one, and for Fidel and Company for providing the coffee. Board members, you are also invited to attend, but you don't have to if you don't have to come out.
Repping some Fidel and Co. here.
Oh, yes. But these events have been great. This was an idea that came out of our family and community engagement specialist, and I was a little skeptical about this, but it has turned out to be a great opportunity to connect with parents. And the thing that I love most about it is when there are concerns or problems, we get an opportunity to address them and correct them right then on the spot. So, yeah. So come out on whatever date that's up there at Terry. That's it for our celebrations for this month.
All right, we're going to move on forward with public comment. This is a place in the agenda when we hear from the public, parents, stakeholder, and friends of LRSD. We like to hear public comment regarding LRSD issues. We allow 3 minutes for public comment. Our responsibility is to listen to your comment. We're not allowed to respond or have the discussion. So what I want to do is just pose the question, do we have anyone who has signed up for public comment? I think that, okay, come on down. Anybody else? I think that, I don't have my list because I think that people were just signing in. So it's not, they're not designating if they'd like to speak or not. So I think I have one, I think I have two. Anybody else?
Three?
I have three. Is there three? Is there an auction? Okay. Okay, so come on down, ma'am. What's your name, ma'am? I'm sorry. Okay, Miss Taylor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Nice to see y'all. Thank you for being here. My name is Julia Taylor. I work with Public School Strong, and I came to a meeting in August. I think it was actually a work meeting, and spoke about the possibility of the district implementing a safe zone policy as far as ICE is concerned. And I just wanted to come back and bring that up again as something for the district to consider. There has been an uptick, if you've noticed in the news, of ICE spottings and Arkansans being detained. Sorry, I have, anyway, a little over 1,000 is the number of people who have been detained by ICE in Arkansas at this point. And MicroLutch is a local statewide group that is working to help with this, right? And they have signs, and local businesses are putting these up. The district might not want to use this particular one, but you could do something similar. Although I do think that they will print some of these up for free if that is an option. This was another of the materials they gave me. I also have, NEA has a good toolkit, and Public School Strong has a toolkit as well. These little red cards, that's what they're called, or red cards is something that you could get in bulk and give out to families. It just basically says, I do not wish to speak with you, answer your questions, etc. I personally know of a few instances in which ICE has not been at a school, but our students have been affected. So I think it's an important thing for the district to address. I know that this board always has the best intentions, and but I think it would be nice to have a formal policy in place, and also something that staff can know, these are the exact steps. This poster just says, and this is, I think, important for everyone to know, ICE or federal agents must present a warrant signed by a judge. The warrant must have the name of the person to be questioned or detained and the place to be searched. So that, if they do not have that, then they are not allowed to search. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do, as I said, I have more materials. If you all are interested, contact me and I can help connect you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, okay. I think there was a third, is that correct? I'm sorry. He's not here yet. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward to district committee report, Certified PPC.
Hello, everyone. New month, new year for PPC. We did meet, first of all, hello board, superintendent, everybody. We did meet this month. I have been elected the chair for this year for the Certified PPC. And we've been busy, so the small committees have been meeting. We've had a meeting this week with classified team, so we're helping them get their policies together, as well as we've met with the compensation committee. So our meetings are kind of ongoing, and just continue to give us patience as we finish working over the classified policies. There has been some proposals that have been brought forth by the Certified PPC, which you all will receive during your next monthly planning meeting. And there's been a lot of questions about flex hours because we are out of school. Well, the kids are out of school November the 7th. Flex hours, if you need to have at least 6 hours of professional development that was taken while you were off contract. So anything after June the 1st or after work, those 6 hours can be used, and they have to be uploaded into Unified Talent, and you have to request that it's flex, or you will need to come to work, maybe do some PD online with Arkansas Ideas or something to that effect. I just wanted to mention that I am a product of the Little Rock School District. Kindergarten, I went to Rockefeller. First, second, and third grade, I went to Brady. Fourth and fifth grade, I went back to Booker, Arts and Magnets. 7th, 8th, and 9th, I went to Forest Heights. 10th, 11th, and 12th, I went to Hall, where I graduated at. And so I've had a lot of teachers in my life who taught me trust, honesty, integrity, and things of that nature. So as I close, I just want to let you all know that if I have anything that I need to say to the board, I'm going to say it to each of you. I don't have to talk to anybody individually on behalf of the Certified PPC. If I need to speak to someone about the PPC, then I'll talk to the PPC. And so I just wanted that to be clear because I always work in good faith. I always take what I do to heart. I've mentioned many times before that a lot of issues that come about, it doesn't affect me because I can adapt to pretty much anything in life. So I wanted to stand here and say that and look at you all in your eyes, because if I want to reach out, I know I can reach out to Mr. Bali if I wanted to create a youth summit or something like that. I can reach out to Mr. Adams because this marks a year that my father has passed away. And I might even reach out about grief counseling. But if there is ever an issue with the Certified PPC, I will make sure to reach out to all of you all about anything that goes on with the PPC. And I will be reaching out to each of you all in a couple of weeks because it's mock interview time. I love working with you all. I think that I have a good working professional relationship with the board. And I don't ever want that to be tarnished because someone may think I may do something that I know that I don't do. So I say all of that in good faith. So far, everything has been really, really well with our PPC and with our new members. We're going to always continue to look forward to working with HR, central office, board members, even Ms. Strong as well. We've met it, we spent a lot of time together this week, but everything is good. And I wanted to let you all know that it's good. Any questions or comments?
Thank you so
just
much
have
for
one.
that. We appreciate that. You had something?
I just have one quick one. Thank you for your report. I just have a clarifying question based on what you just said. Have you and I ever talked about the AM and PM scheduling prior to any meetings?
No, not at all.
Okay, alrighty. Because then I remember the report last week or last board meeting, whenever that report came, and so I just wanted to be clear, and so misinformation and a false narrative, alternative facts, lies, or whatever is not spread. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right. We'll be looking forward to the call on the mock interviews.
Yes.
Indeed. Absolutely. All right, classified PPC. Look. Yeah. Come on now. You're surprising me. I never know. It's good to see
Good evening, Dr. Wright, board members. My name is Tangela Jacobs, and I have been appointed as the Classified PPC. This is information overload for me, but I am willing to give it all that I have. I currently work
We
here.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I currently work with the district in classified. I do all the classified payroll. So Dr. Bradford, she had to resign from the committee due to a change in her position, and she is graciously assisting us with the smooth transition. We had an election, and I wanted to recognize our new members and the categories that they represent. Tamara Dean Franklin, she'll be representing the aides and paraprofessionals. April Jackson, she'll be representing child nutrition. Alfreda Johnson, clerical and general administration. Marie Guzman, custodians. Robert DeKay, maintenance. Patricia Brown, nurses and health. William Elamine, safety and security, and Kara Evans, transportation. And I want to make note that this is the first time in many years that the representatives from all categories have been filled, and we're excited about that. The policy committee has resumed working on classified board-approved policies, and we've actually gotten off to a great start. Working with these men and women, I have learned so much. The committee is now working on salary reviews for both safety and security and nurses. And I wanted to let you guys know that I may not be present at every meeting, but I plan to send reports on my behalf. I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you. And if you have any questions or concerns, you can contact me via email, tangela.jacobs@lrsd, or give me a call.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Jacobs. All right, Principals Roundtable, did we have that? Okay. All right, and then Advisory Board? Yes.
Good evening, board members. So I'd first off like to start with a nice remark that if you see me wearing red, it's because of the Red Ribbon Week day that we have today. So I also see Miss Hatter over there is wearing red. I am representing our Superintendent Student Advisory Board within our district. I would like to thank all of you for allowing us students to keep this board active. You probably remember that the last board meeting on the 25th of last month, I presented on behalf of our members. We stated that we would give updates monthly after each of our meetings, reporting on topics discussed, people we have met, and our visions for the district. As you see today, we have kept the promise to keep an authentic voice every month. At our last meeting, which occurred on the 6th of this month, we continued on our discussion of our already approved Leadership Summit, thanks to Dr. Wright. However, we are joined by the principal of Hall West High School of Innovation, Mr. McGee. He offered to join our ideas and have a student leadership institute that would allow students across the district to be able to build and work on leadership skills. He discussed how leadership could be involved with the institute by having business and corporate nonprofit community in activism and legislative government. We also recommended having representatives from big companies such as Walmart, Amazon, and Tyson Foods to discuss how they can impact public schools. He mentioned that we should have representatives from each high school, and that this event should be an annual event within LRSD. Overall, students would be able to take away business skills, community service hours, and representatives from our state, and talk to representatives from our state, such as the mayor and other executives. If students would like to join this Leadership Institute, we would have an application process with a school approval coming most likely from an administrator. The next portion of our meeting was joined by Dr. Wright, our superintendent, who joined us to answer questions that we had and follow up with issues that we have discussed. Some of these questions were funding and booster for clubs and organizations, the use of pepper spray, the speed and efficiency of work orders in school buildings such as leaks, and lastly, Atlas testing. We then discussed the electronic device policy, recommending that yonder pouches be used as a consequence instead of mandatory. As we know, Act 122 requires public schools to restrict student use of personal electronic devices like cell phones, smartwatches, tablets, and wireless earbuds. This law doesn't require that they are to be locked in pouches, but put away. We then discussed the idea of having lockers available to students who need them, in case they have sports with locker facilities that are far away, restoring textbooks, and allowing for security in the morning, and allowing for our security in the morning when students are entering the building to be faster and more efficient. Our next meeting, I should mention, is coming the 11th of next month. We'd also like to fix how grades are very hard to find and how there are huge opportunities to make it easier for both students and teachers alike to navigate. As we know, we currently have a system with Schoology and Hack or TAC, which is both navigated by PowerSchool, but syncing can be hard to find the original grade or the current value that is in there. So we'd like to find maybe a solution to that. In Philadelphia, we'd like to thank the board for allowing 2 of our members to go to present at the 69th Annual Fall Conference to present how our Student Advisory Board has an effect on our district and how we incorporate it in our district. It's not just an advisory board, but an actual voice. Thank you, board members, for hearing from us.
Any questions? Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move to the consent agenda. Chair will entertain a motion.
I would like to motion that the September the 25th minutes be removed until it can be videoed to make sure that a vote was written correctly. So
You'd like to remove, what was that?
September the 25th board meeting minutes to be removed so that the video can.
5.4, is that what you'd like to remove? Okay.
5.4. It's just the September the 25th board meeting. Yeah, right, September 25th board meeting minutes only.
Okay, so would you like to make a motion with that addendum, or?
Yes, I like to motion that they be removed so that they can be reviewed to make sure that the vote was captured correctly.
Okay.
What vote?
On the lawsuit, Frankenberry. Just want to make sure it was captured correctly.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Chair will entertain a motion with that amendment.
I move that the LRSD Board of Education approve the consent agenda items as follows. 5.2 personnel changes, 5.3 purchasing reports, 5.4 approval of school board meeting minutes, 5.5 community service learning applications, 5.6 with the exception of the board meeting minutes from September 25th, 2025.
I think it was under 5.4.
Oh,
Right? The
sorry, I
meeting
skipped the
minutes.
wrong, I circled
Yeah.
the wrong thing. I will go back. Can I start over?
Please.
Okay. I move that the LRSD Board of Education approve the consent agenda item as follows. 5.2 personnel changes, 5.3 purchasing reports, 5.4 with the exception of the September 25th, 2025 board minutes, 5.5, community service learning applications, 5.6 early childhood sliding fee scale, and 5.7 donation of property.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education approve the consent agenda items as follows. 5.2, personnel changes. 5.3, purchasing reports. 5.4, with the exception of 9/25/25 board meeting minutes. 5.5, community service learning applications. 5.6, early childhood sliding fee scale. And 5.7, donation of property. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to 6. Advanced placement, concurrent credit.
I don't see Jennifer Thomas. Where? Oh, hiding. Jennifer Thomas is our coordinator for advanced academics in secondary, and so she's going to give an update around our AP and concurrent enrollment credits.
That's my son's second grade teacher.
Yes. That was my first full year teaching that I had you as a parent.
How was she?
Yes, how was
She was
She was
very
a good
helpful.
Uh-huh.
She was
I was involved.
yes, very involved.
she?
She had my phone number.
That's not
Okay. Well, good evening. It's nice to see all of you. Again, I'm Jennifer Thomas. I'm the Secondary Advanced Academics Coordinator. And we have been working toward a great task in the Little Rock School District with making sure that we have no barriers to access for options for education. So, now I have the clicker. Where do I press it? Okay. It fits along with the strategic plan with increasing academic achievement for all students, eliminating disparities in academic achievement for Black students, and preparing for college and career options aligned with their interests. It also, again, with the barriers portion, the programs that we offer, we've actually been given every school a really good look over as far as surveys, finding out what they offer to make sure that everyone has access to what they offer, even in the elementary grades, so that the enrichment can help the student develop to where they can choose other options when they're in high school, and then when they graduate high school. So these are the results of our 2025 AP exam. If you notice, we have 56% of our students that take the exam earned a 5, 4, or 3. And a 5, 4, or 3 is considered a qualifying score. If a student earns a 5, 4, or 3, they can actually take that class and not have to take that class when they arrive at college. Arkansas has a law where if you take a course and you pass it with a 5, 4, or 3, they accept it at a state school. Now, if they're going to an Ivy League or somewhere out of state, you have to find out what they accept at that particular school. But we're very fortunate that Arkansas has that for our students. If you notice, again, 56%, you may say, it could be better. It could be. But I will say when I first started in this role, the data that we collected, it was at 45%, 44%. So I am proud that now we're at 56%. If you notice, Central, of course, has the most students. They have the most qualifying scores at a 74.7% pass rate. Southwest is at 12%, but I do want to celebrate Southwest because when it was McClellan and Jay Fair, we possibly could get 3 to 4
passing AP scores. And now, I mean, they're growing every year. We get more and more passing scores, and we're at 55 now. And I just want to give them a hand. So I say that, I know that people are like, oh, we're this, we're that, but 55 passing scores, qualifying scores at Southwest is a celebration. Okay, so the next part, these are our other celebrations. Each year we receive a report about the ranking of our courses through the state. And these are the courses that rank #1 this year. Every year we have #1 ranking AP courses in our state compared to others. And if you notice, these are courses that have 89 students, 44 students. They have a full load. A lot of places in Arkansas, they're more of a smaller school district. It may be 10 people in their AP class. But we're ranking #1 with large numbers. So that's a celebration. Let's get that. Okay, this slide is showing the AP student performance by race and ethnicity with the students with qualifying scores. Again, going back to our strategic plan, we were trying to make sure that our Black and Hispanic students had the opportunity to take AP, understood what AP could afford them, and then also do well when they take it. The last time I was here, I think I remember talking to everybody, how are we going to make sure that they do well? And it's still a challenge. But if you look at the numbers going across, it keeps increasing. Now, we did have a drop in our Caucasian students scoring a 3, 4, or 5, but that also could be related to different changes in enrollment numbers. But if we look at it, our Black population went from 59 qualifying scores in 2021 all the way to 190 in 2025. So students are taking advantage of AP courses. We want to continue to encourage that, and this is growth. So, on this slide, you can see the total test takers and the percent change from the prior year. So just looking at the overall, is up 4.1%. Participation in with gender, we noticed that the females are coming into play with taking the more advanced classes as well. And our males still, you know, they increase as well, more than the females, but we're still celebrating that. Okay, everybody is still knowing about it. We're spreading the news. And now we're also spreading news about a new endeavor, Concurrent Credit, which you guys know about. But before I go there, the next slide is referencing the change in exams taken from prior years, and then with the scores of a 3, 4, or 5. With this, we noticed that I believe this year was the largest number of AP exams taken, and a student can take more than one. That's the thing. Sometimes we look at this as number of students, but one student can take all AP courses, so they're counted, you know, within that. But if you notice, it's a 10.2% increase in the qualifying scores. So those are celebrations that I would like y'all to just continue to celebrate with us and encourage students that you know in the community that, you know, you can do AP. A lot of people want to say it's hard. Why are you taking that advanced course? But you can succeed and save on money when you go to college. Okay, so I mentioned concurrent credit. And there is a need for concurrent credit in our school system. We have favored AP the most in past years, but we now know that, you know, all students need the opportunity to gain college credit in high school if they choose to. And this just kind of shows a picture of how our state looks. You know, when we did the early college credit, the early college ceremony the other day, a lot of people make comments of, well, we've had that before. Well, we had a class or two, but we didn't have it to this magnitude of trying to actually have the early college program. And there's a deficit in our county. Less than 10% take college credit earning courses. So as I continue, you'll see an uptick even within this year. If you look at Central,
the number of students taking concurrent credit compared to the school population has increased. If you notice, it's among all races. So we are still, it's not limited to one race. If you look at Parkview, which historically Parkview has always had concurrent credit. I think it was because teachers there knew that they were certified to teach it, so they wanted to offer it, and it was always welcome. And now we're spreading the wealth. But so you'll see higher numbers with Parkview. And 2021 is an odd year. It was right after COVID. I can't say that those courses were coded correctly to show concurrent credit all the time, and we see that there. But we can see currently we are increasing those numbers, and we are doing well with trying to offer as many courses as we have for teachers to teach it. Southwest, same thing, and I think you'll see an uptick in that in the upcoming years with the early college program. Here's Hall, which we are working on. Again, to be a concurrent credit teacher, you have to have 18 hours over a master's, okay? That's what schools require, and we'll have a partnership with UALR and UCA. Right now, there are not as many teachers with 18 hours over a master's in that content area. So that is why there are teachers that are not certified there to teach that. But we are working through ways to still offer that to where the student can participate from the college directly. All right, so our current numbers for any advanced course, we see concurrent credit with 12th grade having 70, 11th grade 143, 10th grade 25, and then we see AP with 623, in 12th grade 653, in 11th grade. And those are the grades that you would see that as an increased number because, of course, in 9th grade and 10th grade, they're trying to take their general ed course, they're trying to get their graduation credits. For advanced, which prepares the students for AP and concurrent credit, we have 85 12th graders, which you'll see less because we expect them to take the AP instead of it just advanced. And then 343 11th, 460 10th, 566 9th, which makes sense because they're trying to prepare to be able to take advanced courses, and then you see the pre-AP numbers. So the things that we've tried to do to strengthen our program is to have level up training. There's a PD that we'll have each month for professional development, parent nights and recruitment nights. I just attended Southwest Parent Night the other week and had some great feedback, input from students. Encouraging AP reader, which is when our teachers actually go and read for the AP test so that they know firsthand what's required of them. And then mock reading participation is the same thing. They go through practice tests. And then data-driven decision-making. So we're looking at our AP provides the instructional planning reports, and that tells each teacher where the weak areas were in their teaching, how to increase that every year so that the students do better every year. So that concludes the presentation. And of course, I added the picture of when we signed in for our early college program. Had that signing. Are there any questions? Questions? Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. High impact tutoring, Ms. Goody?
I'm just gonna know, I'm gonna step out for this one because of a conflict of interest, but I'll be back after. We're not voting on
Not till
this?
the,
On the high impact tutoring? Yeah. We're voting on it, yeah. So, yeah.
let me see.
So as Director
I
Strong.
don't think it's a real conflict of interest like that. It's just that I'm on a board that helped with the application, so.
Yeah, awesome. Good evening,
Thank you.
everyone. We talked about this last month when we were here. We talked about the different proposals that we put forward as a district for high impact tutoring. Good news is we were awarded 2 of them. Middle school math tutoring for almost $4 million, serving 6th through 8th grade students, 1,200 across all of our middle schools. And the second one was third grade literacy. That's for between 3 and 325 students. And that one was in the total amount of $720,000. So total over $2 million of awards, and we're anxious to get kids going. Have been working really hard, waiting to get the official notice in the background, trying to get ready. Shout out to all of our school teams on a pretty quick turnaround. They've been working on rosters and schedules and all kinds of things to get kids going. It's a little later than we would like to get started, but we are excited to get kids going and to be able to use as much time left in the year as we have. So we are asking that you accept the 2 grant awards so we can make it official, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just have one quick question. This is a no financial impact right to the district, right? These are grants coming into the district. Okay.
Correct.
Wonderful, by the way. Absolutely. Questions? Any other questions? Okay. Chair, entertain a motion.
I move that the LRSD Board approve the DESA awarded iPad tutoring grants for third grade reading with On Your Mark and for middle school math with Imagine Learning.
Second.
It's been moved and probably second that the LRSD Board approve the DSE awarded high-impact tutoring grants for third grade reading with On Your Mark and for middle school math with Imagine Learning. Any questions or comments? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move forward to 6.3 Academies of Central Arkansas Foundation.
All right, we have several guests with us here today. Marcus, you can go ahead and come up. Marcus Jewett, who is the president and CEO of the Academies of Central Arkansas Foundation, along with the chair of our board, Mr. Bobby Gosser, who is the CEO of Baldwin Jail. And I know they're going to give a presentation, and I know our board is up to date on where we are. We are continuing in discussions with them, trying to get to an agreement, and so I've been communicating with our board and with our staff about where we are, but still wanted to give them an opportunity to give the presentation. If there was questions, we've got several folks here to answer them.
Absolutely. We have a clicker first, I guess, for the presentation.
Oh, yeah, we need
It's coming.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thanks, Bobby, for being here. President Wesley, thanks for having us.
It should be okay, got it.
Dr. Wright and full board. We look forward to coming to the October 16th work session, but as Dr. Wright talked about, we mutually agreed in lots of our conversations that it was best to postpone that till tonight, so that he and I and his team and our team could get together and work through any concerns that the district had. And we continue to do that and will continue to do that, so I'm thankful to be invited here tonight. So as you will see in your board packet, I believe, and hopefully on the screen here soon, there's a presentation in there that outlines the outcomes that our region has seen as it relates to the Academies of Central Arkansas and the implementation, there it is, of the Ford NGL framework. And we're proud and excited to share those outcomes with you tonight, and the opportunities that it's creating for our scholars. But I think it's important to first talk about what the Ford NGL model is, and take a deeper dive into that and how it truly is a community-connected approach and how it's transforming the high school experience for all students. So if we could, next, take a slide forward. One more. There we go, that slide. And so for many of you in this room, and I know there were a lot of you that were a part of the Ford NGL master planning process, or if you've been to a Ford NGL site visit in Nashville or Akron or Louisville, this is a model that you've likely seen many times before. But what I want to do tonight is break this down in each of the 3 strands to give you all a clearer picture into the insight into the work that is required at the school level and the district level to make this model work, as we've seen in other successful areas of implementation across the country. And so the transforming the teaching and learning on the far left side, that strand, and I just came back from a Ford NGL leadership conference, so I'm ready to give you a master's session in Ford NGL, so I apologize. I'm gonna try to stick to the script here. But the Ford NGL framework requires that every teach or facilitate learning through an inquiry-based approach, connecting rigorous academics with the portrait of a graduate that was on one of the slides previously. It's on slide 3 if you're looking in your packet. The district's academic goals and the future aspirations of each unique scholar. This ensures that students aren't just learning about the world, they're learning in it and learning through it. Within this same strand, the model is designed so that every student has experiences with hands-on, work-based learning opportunities, intentionally designed, co-designed with your academy business partners and your higher education partners at the table with your team of educators. These experiences help students earn credentials or certifications, concurrent college credits, and develop leadership skills that are going to prepare them for both college and career once they graduate from our high schools. A third, it's the same slide, we're going to be on this one for a while, I apologize. Another critical component to that transforming of teaching and learning revolves around the academy teaming, as you may have heard about. And so each academy operates within interdisciplinary teacher teams who share the same group of students in common planning time. This means that your core content area teachers, math, science, humanities, and your CTE all live under the same academy roof. And those teams collaborate to create and strengthen the identity of that academy. They also identify and support individual students and the interventions that are needed to support them. Think your RTI process, and ensure that no students slip through the cracks. They co-design lessons that are taught through the industry lens of the academy that they're representing, meaning you're taking concepts that you learned in math or science and you're applying them directly to how that relates to future careers in your preferred industry as a student. So this again creates those true small learning communities. You'll hear them called SLCs throughout this, ensuring that every student is known, supported, and connected to a group of caring adults, and that their learning is tied to their future goals. The last piece to this would be aligning it to the district's vision and strategic plan. And I think when I look at the Academy's work and the LRSD strategic plan, there's a lot of alignment and support that this work can do for that. When we think about affirming school cultures, we've already talked about that sense of belonging to an academy, having that sense of community. We talk about meaningful student experiences with those hands-on work-based learning opportunities, the enrichment experiences that students are getting that are connected to their future aspirations. Valued and equitable school options. We're equitable distribution of resources from our partners, from the business community, in terms of students having high quality, enriching experiences through this model. And then of course, with excellence in our talent, being able to support those academy teachers through those small learning communities, so that will ultimately lead to a stronger teacher base. And that's a big part of this model. So the result of all that work in strand 1 is that students graduate ready for what's next, whatever that next step is for them. They're academically strong, they're career prepared, and they're community oriented. That second strand there talks about transforming culture of systems and structures of schools, so that's how schools operate. And so when you think about that, this strand demonstrates how the academy model creates a true sense of belonging. I've already talked about how those students are a part of an academy, they have an academy identity, and it starts to feel like family if done well. And so when we think through the wall-to-wall implementation aspect of the model, and I know that's been part of the conversations that you all have had, each high school includes a freshman academy, as well as 2 or 3 college and career-themed academies, depending on enrollment size. And so when you take a campus of 2,000 students and you break that down into a school within a school, or multiple schools within a larger school, from a student lens, you're going from a much more personalized approach. Instead of being one of just 2,000, I'm one of 500 students in this academy. I share the same teachers, coaches, administrators, and counselors year over year. And they're intentionally designed that way to connect the core academics to the real-world application and deepen student skills, both soft and technical, so that within those chosen areas of their study. When we talk about that second strand, the superintendent vision is so critical to successful implementation in strand 2. That vision starts with the superintendent and then extends to every principal, academy leader, counselor, and teachers within that academy, within the district, especially at the high schools. And they all have clear roles and shared accountability in the successes of the work. And so there's a distributive leadership model required of this that creates a culture of collaboration and ownership across all within the district, so that we can see our unique roles within the model. Educator training and support through strand 2. The district, I heard examples of tonight about professional development plans to continue to move the work forward. You have to long-term plan with academies in mind as well with your professional development. That's important to the district. With staff attrition rates being what staff attrition rates are currently, We know that continuous onboarding for all stakeholders ensures that everyone moves from simply understanding what academies are to ownership of the academies model. And so that investment in educators sustains the model and also drives instructional excellence at our campuses. The system alignment and sustainability in the last piece for strand 2. When we look at how do we align systems for sustainability, I think that's very critical to the conversation that we're having, right? It's for the academies to thrive, the district policies, the funding, the staffing, and strategic plans have to align and support that work if that's the work you're going to do. And I think ongoing communication between the superintendent and the board around regular updates on the academies and sharing the work and the vision and making sure that policies are aligned around to support that work. And so that's including all the things that you all know, your human, your financial, your curricular and capital resources, all under kind of that academies umbrella. We talk about data-driven decision-making. I loved the charts and graphs earlier about the AP scores. This model is dependent on a strong data system that's based off of data to make our decisions. And to be able to do that, you need to look at factors in that portrait of a graduate. You need to look at the metrics that the district is charged with improving and leading. We need to look at student participation rates and those guaranteed experiences to make sure that we're making the difference that we want to make. And we need to look at partner engagement to make sure that all of our partners are at the table creating unique experiences for all of your students. And so those regular data reviews are continuous and will continue to drive improvement of the work. I think about a conversation that I just had recently when I look at your APE scores. I've been in conversations with the College Board, and they're very intrigued when they see our AP scores continuing to go up across Pulaski County. They're interested in coming here and seeing just exactly how that's happening, how this plays into it, and potentially supporting that work to deepen it at our campuses moving forward. So that's just something that is very relevant to the data mindset that you showed tonight. The last strand is the transforming the partnerships between schools and the community. And on that strand, I mean, we know that businesses have been supportive of our schools for decades. And this is much more than a sponsorship check. You probably heard that. This is much more than going and talking to a classroom. This is much more than hosting an industry tour. Those things have been going on for a long time. This is a transformation where we all share in the ownership and we're at the table having conversations to make sure we're all committed to that same goal to move all of our students forward. And so that's the ultimate goal with this, is to bring everyone to the table to help support students and give them the experience that are going to prepare them for success post-high school graduation. So to ensure that happens, the Ford NGL model requires that there be a convening organization to lead that work from the community lens. And that's what the Academies of Central Arkansas Foundation was created to do and was set out to accomplish back in 2018 when many of you were in that room for the master planning process. It was never, this work has been supported by the Little Rock Regional Chamber, incubated and funded. It was never the intent for it to live there for 7 years. The intent was for it to be there for about 3 years, and then the Academy Foundation be created, very similar to a Pencil Foundation in Nashville that I know some of you have seen, to be created to help support that work long term and ensure the sustainability of it. And so as we think through, that's why the Academy of Central Arkansas Foundation was created. It provides that shared leadership from the community. Again, this is not just something this district is doing or this high school is doing. This is something that we are doing as a community, and making sure that the right people from a governance structure and all those things, that everyone is incorporated into that conversation. We also are tasked with leading the regional master plan that was created in 2020, which probably, in full transparency, needs to be redone, right? It was done in March of 2020 and COVID happened. And so making sure that we're leading all in the charge of following what was outlined in that master plan. And so, again, it's all around the common goal of preparing students for college, career, and lifelong success. The structure ensures a collective ownership, that we are all in this together. Our schools don't fail or succeed on their own. It's work that we're all leading the charge on and bringing those folks to the table for those conversations. The Academy's piece of this, in the partnership lens, we have around 100 partners that are engaged at our Academy high schools, directly impacting your students as we speak. Those partners have invested millions of dollars of time, talent, expertise, equipment, and financial resources directly to your campuses. And in conversations with those executives, they've made an investment because they see the vision and the collective power in this regional approach. And they made those commitments under the assumptions that the school districts and the school campuses were implementing those foundational aspects of the model that I just covered in Strand 1 and Strand 2. So as I mentioned earlier, all three pieces to this are foundational to the long-term success of this work. And when we've seen this thrive here in Central Arkansas and in communities across the country that have fully embraced that Ford and GL framework. And so because the data nationally, and now we have the data to support that same thing here in Central Arkansas, it shows what the model is it shows that when the model is implemented as designed, students thrive and our community strengthens. So as of today, where we stand, we are a little over 4 years into implementation. And our three of our districts have achieved wall-to-wall implementation in terms of their academy structures. When we look at Little Rock School District, it remains in what we would consider year one of implementation, meaning that only parts of the freshman model are being implemented at your academy campuses. And so tonight, I think the conversation, I know we've got agreements and things to talk through, but I think the real question to answer is it's not simply about approving a partnership with the Academies Foundation or not. I think the question to ask is, does LRSD and this board have the will and commitment to implement this model the way our leaders, our national leaders at Ford and GL say it should be implemented, to know that it's going to transform the teaching and learning and improve those student outcomes that I know we all want to improve and strengthen those community partnerships. And so because without that level of commitment and follow through, at the district level, at the campus level, continuing the conversation around how many campuses do we partner with, or is it 1, 2, 3, or 4, I think is missing the major point that needs to be addressed. And so I think the real decision, again, is to decide whether this is what Little Rock School District wants to do, if that's how they want one or more of their high schools to look like. And then are they willing to make that commitment to ensure that every student in the district gets those opportunities that we all said in 2018, 19, and 20 that, hey, this is what we want to work towards. And so if they do, I assure you the foundation is ready and willing to support you at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 high school campuses. And the business community will be there to support you in that work as well, so long as that commitment is made by the district that this is what you want to do. And so I just gave you a 5-year crash course on Ford and GL and all that's required. I will pause and answer any questions, comments, concerns that you all may have in terms of the model and what we're looking at.
Questions?
I do have some questions, but mine are for Dr. Lauren and Ms. Montgomery.
Okay. Okay. Questions at this point? Ms. Strong?
Go ahead and ask a question. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. One of the things that is really, I think one of the things that as a school board leader, one of the things that's really important to us is having strong partnerships with the businesses in our community that support us. And we're very grateful for that. I know you saw probably that we opened with district celebrations, which are businesses that have one way of investing in and partnering with our schools in a really direct service kind of way. And this is very different from that. We are also in a time of budget challenges here in the district, and we have expectations, and this may end up being questions for some of the staff too, but we have these expectations with the new ways that the state is providing letter grades, that we have expectations of like career placement and other things after graduation, to my understanding of looking through all of those new grades for high school students, the new grading processes for high school students. So all that being said, I don't see anything in here about helping us ensure things like improvements in our letter grades in the contract. I'm looking specifically at some of the things that are in the district commitments and responsibilities and the Academy's commitments and responsibilities. And one thing I would really like to see in here, unless I missed it somewhere, is a commitment. And if we're going to invest in this kind of work, that is work we in some ways have to do anyway, right? We have to produce career-ready or college-ready students to have good letter grades and keep doing our job as a board to improve the student outcomes in the way they're measured right now. How are you guys helping us assure that that is happening, and how does this model, how is that investment going to pay off for us, I guess, in the long term?
It's a great question.
Because we have a lot of things we could use those dollars for tutoring for our third graders that may be held back. I mean, there are a lot of things I think we could be thinking about for somewhere between $117,000 and $200,000+. And so, anyway, that's a long, rambling question, but I'd love for you to talk about some specifics.
I totally get it and appreciate the conversation. I think when legislation was introduced and it was dropped, and here's what it is, and now we've got to figure out how to do that. And talking with our superintendents and our school district leadership teams, it was the Academy's model is aligned perfectly to set us up for success immediately within the new framework and school accountability, because that is work that had been being done since 2017. And so where a lot of districts were forced to be reactionary to that work and scramble and figure out, okay, how are we going to bring business and community partners to the table in a real authentic way, that work had already been done and had already been outlined. And so I think for a lot of, again, that requires successful implementation at the district level. And so we're always a little bit reactionary. We want to move to less reactionary and more proactive as different pathways are eliminated or removed from the state sequence. And so I think that's something that we're all going to have to continue to work together on. But the Academy's structure and support from the business community and those experiences are leading, would ideally, we would hope, are going to lead to those outcomes that are going to lead to students earning concurrent college credit, earning the certifications that are high wage, high demand. They're going to put them in a position where they're going to graduate with merit or distinction.
Okay. Can I add one additional question to that? And is it Mr. Gosser? Is that right? Okay. Thank you for being here. I'd love to hear you talk just for a minute as an employer. I mean, you guys do a lot of work with us in general, I think, in the construction side of things. But could you just talk a little bit about what this means to you? I know that when you look through the list of partners, they are big names. It's hospitals, it's health systems, it's Entergy. I mean, there are big partners on this list, right? As an employer and a partner in this work, what do you feel that you're getting out of this partnership that you couldn't get by working with the district alone, if I may?
That's a good question. I think it goes back to when the chamber really did a master plan or strategic plan looking at what it needs to be done in our central Arkansas area.
Okay.
And from that, two of those items were workforce development.
Okay.
And I'm going somewhere else with that, but workforce development.
Yep.
And the community partners that were involved in the chamber at the time decided, hey, this was worth investing in to get it rolling. So Fort NGL was the commitment from the chamber and from the districts. And from that, what we see is more of a cohesive effort with community partners that can move this forward, where we can expose students to workforce that we wouldn't ordinarily be able to have a chance to do. So one of the things that really is unique about this, with business partners coming into play, is exposing students to careers early enough to where they can make decisions what they don't want to do, so that when they get out of school, and if they're workforce ready at that time, we know those students have found that pathway because they saw something in this work that they didn't see in something else, or vice versa. So many times, I had 3 children that graduated from public schools here in Central Arkansas. All 3 of them went to college for the wrong reasons. And so as we're trying to orchestrate their learning experience, we want it to be in something that's going to provide lifelong careers for them, instead of going through any pathway, whether it be workforce ready or college ready, and then all of a sudden they've spent years in a pathway that's not fulfilling to them. And so we find it as employers that we want students that come out that want to enjoy the work that we do, so that they can find life-fulfilling a career with what we're doing. So as an individual employer, yes, we could do that, but we wouldn't be able to expose to all the other career paths, all the other different companies that are investing in this, that will know that we're trying to get them exposed to a multitude. Because as a freshman, and even in the sophomore years, they're getting exposed to a lot of different pathways, and they're not choosing at that point to ingrain in one specific area. So kind of rambled
Thank
around
you.
that.
No, that's good.
No, we appreciate it. Director Rowe?
My question is going a completely different direction. In 2 phases. What do you do for $209,000 that we don't do anyway?
Yeah, and what was the first part in 2?
For $209,000, what are we getting that we don't do anyway?
And so that is what we have walked through with district leadership team. That is, like I said, we're the convening organization for this work. So from a governance structure, we are making sure that we are moving towards and forwards with the plan that we all said we were going to do. We are the business recruitment and partnering aspect of the work. And so when we look at those that have been to Nashville, I know you went to Nashville, I know Vicki has, and maybe some others. every time we would go to Nashville, we would hear, we need a pencil foundation. Pencil Foundation is a nonprofit that was already in existence, but what they do is they recruit and pair business partners to the Academies of Nashville. And so they go out and find industry partners like a Baldwin and Shell, like an Arkansas Children's, share the model with them, and then pair them at the appropriate high school campus. They track their investment, and then they are able to report that out to the key stakeholders, like, hey, because of Baldwin and Shell's investment at Jacksonville High School, they contributed 10,000 hours of time and talent, and students got this many experiences. And so every time we would go to one of those, all of our teams would huddle up after, and the school folks would say, we just need a pencil. We just need a pencil foundation to help move this work along faster. And so that is all that Pencil Foundation does in terms of Academies of Nashville work, and they've been doing it since 2005. And there's a contract that they have with their school districts, them in Alignment Nashville, who is also another nonprofit that was created to lead kind of the CEO champion group of the academies. We're trying to combine both of those organizations under one roof because we don't have the bandwidth or the funding to go out and create two separate organizations of 24 people apiece. And so just the business partner recruitment and pairing alone, I feel would justify a lot of that impact and those things. The other thing that I would highlight to you is that there are a lot of experiences that are planned regionally that are time and labor and money intensive that we're providing and coordinating. And so an example, I was just working on the schedule for it today, the Academy's Career Expo for all 3,500 freshmen across the campuses. And so we're able to coordinate all of the resources to get the convention center secured, and between 80 and 100 employers come every single year knowing that no one's getting a job that day. And it's all about creating an experience for ninth graders, as Bobby mentioned, so that they've explored the careers in their freshman seminar class. Now let's go engage hands-on and interact with professionals actually in that industry. Hopefully that something during that time sparks their interest and they enroll in that academy at their high school that is closely aligned with that. And you can go down, there's that experience, there's Academy Ambassador Training, which are student ambassadors who are the face and voice of their academies. We do a day of professional development with them so that they are prepared and equipped to do that work. We do what is also proposed in there we've not done before. We've partnered before with Be Pro, Be Proud and the State Chamber, but we told them up front that when we get to wall-to-wall implementation at the majority of our campuses, we will host our own spring hiring event. And so for those 60 to 70% of your student graduates, depending on where you are, for those that college isn't in the cards right now, we want to create a hiring event with our academy partners at the table, and students get interviewed, hired, or offered a second interview on the spot. And so that's something that we haven't been able to build to because we weren't at full implementation, but this year is the first year of that. And so that's another event that we think brings an immense value add and is really labor intensive on the back end of things. And so the last piece of it is that I think when we talk about the Academies of Central Arkansas, some of this is probably really new to some of you, or maybe not, but it's one of the best kept secrets in Central Arkansas in terms of what it can do. And so having folks on our team that are with your existing partners, not only recruiting new partners, with your existing partners and supporting them along the journey, capturing that, telling that story, sharing the Facebook posts, tagging the partners, that stuff matters from a visibility perspective. And so being able to support your comms teams around the messaging and the verbiage, we packaged commercials before during school choice, specific to each district and communications with those school communications directors. So I think there's a lot of awareness that we can help lead the charge with and help share the collateral with you all to share out to your constituents so that enrollment starts to increase again.
That was not a great answer, to be honest. I mean, a lot of money shifted to your pocket for things that we'll do anyway.
And I think that's appreciated.
Did you have another question?
Yes, I did. I had another handful of statements type questions.
Did you have another question?
No, I'm going to speak. I wasn't here in 2018. Did you tell them then that it was going to cost $200,000 later?
Those conversations were had, yes.
Okay. When the chamber, in 2006, the chamber wanted to get their fingers into the district's money, and they called me. I was president of the board at the time. They called me down, they wined and dined me, and they told me what they wanted to do. And it was the feelers, the forerunners of this. It's not our job to train workers for you. That's your job. It's not our job to provide corporate experiences so that they can come out with high skills, high money. That infuriates me. That's not our job. I'm going to quote somebody. You're going to disagree with every bit of it, but I want people to hear it. I'll tell you who I'm quoting when I finish. And I got this from a colleague. The schools we go to are reflections of the society that created them. Nobody's going to give you the education you need to overthrow them. Nobody's going to teach you your true history, teach you your true heroes. If they know that that knowledge will help set you free. Schools in America are interested in brainwashing people with Americanism, giving them a little bit of education and training and skills needed to fill the positions in the capitalist system. As long as we expect American schools to educate us, we will remain ignorant. The way we do education is getting worse and worse when we get more and more calls from the Chamber of Commerce. Well, if they want to run the school district, why don't they approach the legislature? That's not our job, and it's not ever going to be our job as long as I can get some breath. Thank you.
Do you mind?
Director Bali?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I just got a couple of questions. My questions are more about what is the plan to build like a community or citywide capacity for these career academies? Because I would, if something like this were to happen, I would like to see a wide range of community stakeholders that encourage students to diversify their interests and explore as many opportunities as possible for careers while they're still kids. And also, the second part of the question is more about what is the plan for deep employer engagement outside of the big corporations. Many people are not connected to the chamber as entrepreneurs and business owners because it is a privilege, and it's an acceptance process for that as well. And a lot of great businesses and great business leaders in our communities are definitely assets, but they're not always invited to have a seat at those tables. So my question on that part is, what is the deep employer engagement from people who are not granted those opportunities to present the mentorship and the internship opportunities, the guest speaking opportunities that don't necessarily have the same type of influence?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not an employee of the Little Rock Regional Chamber, right? I'm with the Academies Central Arkansas Foundation, and that has been the approach that, because of bandwidth and staffing, we have been responsive to employers reaching out saying, hey, we want to learn more about this. It has not been proactive to going out into the community, doing information sessions. It's really been reactive and trying to recruit and place those folks into our campuses. You can imagine a partnership like a UAMS or in Arkansas, those take months and months to develop and coordinate and cultivate so that they place at a campus. And so we have not been proactive in going out and reaching out into the community that's not connected to, hearing about us through a chamber conversation or through a chamber website or through a Facebook post. I think with the additional capacity adding, we've added 2 partnership managers to this work. The 2 functions of their job are to recruit new partners and to support existing partners. And so when we know success happens is when a partner who has engaged in this work says, hey, you really need to go talk to this organization or to this person over there because they're doing some really cool stuff and they would be a great partner in this work. And so there are times where I've had board members not on this board call and say, hey, there's a small mom and pop's HVAC company that would really be a great partner at our campus. Can you give them a call? And so anytime those connections are able to be made, we will go have the conversation and we would love to plug them in. Because it is going to take, it's not just the major employers. Yes, those are our most visible partners, but we have partners that are 1-person shops, 2-person shops, for-profit, nonprofit. I think the goal is to bring more, for us to do this work well, we need to increase our partner. We need to be talking about having 200, 250 partners, not approaching 100. And this is what this allows us to do, to go out and be able to do that work so that students can have a more robust experience in high school.
Yes.
Well, that's it too. I'll add on to that. To be at the extreme level of a partnership with a district, there's not a price tag on that. It's really just volunteering and giving of time and talent. And so that can stretch through any company. Then there doesn't have to be a large company to be involved. In fact, I told Marcus that's one of our main goals of the foundation board members is to get out and recruit businesses that we know that have not heard about this, to try to get everybody involved citywide that would have an interest on making sure students have exposure to their careers.
Yeah, so I just want to make a statement. Now, thank you for your answers. I appreciate them. And because I really, when we talk about career academies and community involvement, I really want us to think about the community-centered approach. And I'll just give you an example. When I was in school, for the brief time that I did attend Central High School, one of the examples that I would give right now would be, the fact that, not endorsing anybody, but I'm just saying a business name, K Hall Produce, that store. Many students from Central would leave school after school, and they would say where they get their after-school snack from. Not only that, they would employ Central High students because it was in walking distance, it was a part of the neighborhood. And so when I think about community-centered approaches and people who support the district, I think of businesses like that, and there's hundreds of businesses in in Little Rock that do similar things like that. So that's why I'm asking those type of questions, because when I see it on there, community-connected approach, I said centered, but community-connected approach, making sure that we ensure that our local businesses and our entrepreneurs, our small business owners, nonprofits are involved in opportunities like this. But thank you.
Director Johnson.
Yes, Ms. Montgomery, can you come up for some clarity, please?
If only Ms. Blaylock was here, so we could have her come up for some clarity.
Oh, shut
You don't get to tell me that.
How
The
you
chair
doing?
can tell me.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Just great. These gentlemen, they came with a great presentation, and it just sounds like that some of the things that they're trying to bring forward, are we not already doing those things? And, or would this program complement or slightly conflict with what you're doing?
I knew you all were going to ask me that question. Well, when I think about, we've been involved with the Academies of Central Arkansas for about 7 years now. And the work that we've been involved in has complemented career and technical education since the inception. Because of the framework of it being community connected. And what I see, what has been impactful for our students is the freshman approach, having a course, freshman seminar where we work with students and empower them to know about college options, career options, and all about exploration, and allowing students to make a choice about their own future. And that approach we weren't really using. It was more so adults picking and choosing for kids. And now we're giving students and parents the tools that they need to make decisions about their futures. And we're offering opportunities within our school district to support those choices, whether, as Jennifer, my colleague, spoke earlier about AP and concurrent credit and all the things. It's not just about CTE. But I also will say that those things are also a part of what we have to do as a public school entity, because we're involved, because we report to DESE and Department of Career and Technical Education. All those things are intertwined. But the partnerships, that's invaluable. That's something that we did not have. So that's my response.
Yes, ma'am. Director Hatter. I'm sorry. Did you finish?
Yeah. Okay. So you've been working with this organization for 7 years?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay. So now we have a price tag of over $200,000. So what was it from the beginning? Did we have a contract? Did we?
To my knowledge, this was a community-connected approach where the regional chamber and the school districts came together so that we could work together as a region to implement the Academies of Central Arkansas. Now, I wasn't privy to any conversations about cost, but I do know that we did pay the the Ford NGL Foundation so that we could adopt their framework, so that they could provide us with coaching, so that we can move our community forward and become a Ford NGL community. And I think that expense was divided amongst our school districts, and I think some business partners even supported that work as well financially.
Director Hatter?
I have a few questions, but I'll ask just, what I'll do is just make a clarifying statement and then just get back in the queue. So to answer that question, if I remember correctly, and then it was Little Rock that went and got the other districts to get on board. And it was Little Rock School District that actually convinced the superintendents and created this, as well as the helped heavily knowing them with the master schedule. And so Little Rock is the ones that actually led the charge, and then Little Rock was also the spearhead. And so that's how it happened. And then for the commitment, Little Rock School Board, I think in 21-22 school year, made a commitment, a recommitment right after the board came back, right, to see the academies through. And so like we do have that standing commitment to see it completely through. And so now there's a shift in thought on how it looks and how it should be done. And I'm enjoying listening to some of the colleagues, but I would really like to hear from colleagues about exactly what are the hesitations outside of the administrations that was shared with their hesitations, and we're asking those type of questions around that. Because the work have been done. I can't imagine how much money from private and business, private and public, that have been invested in this over the time, with the goal and the understanding of being good partners and of this work, to once it got to this point, this is really what it was, and you was there, and so at any point correct me when I'm wrong, but that is my statement. I'll hold. I do have two other questions, but I'll get back in the queue.
Oh, some back, well, no, yeah, let's go around. Yes, ma'am. Director Campbell.
Okay, prior to this coming, and this came to us before we regained a functioning school board. Now, before that, and let's go back to the last decade, this was a program that started at J.A. Fair. I was there. They built the program and the foundations of career academies. Okay. Now, I think my problem is, and maybe I am just too old for this, I think that would be a good idea. However, the price tag, and I think that's a lot of hesitation here. Why do we have to pay the Chamber of Commerce to do this? I mean, 200 and what?
209,000.
Okay, $209,000. Now,
We're paying the chamber. Are we paying the chamber?
I mean, the foundation or whatever. Okay. Now, we had to pay the foundation. Now, if the other people who are willing to invest in this project, I think they should absorb the cost and not take the cost out of the school district, because we are, every time we look around, they're taking additional money out of our district. 50 million, 600 and whatever thousand they took again this summer, until it seems to me like what's trying to happen is bankruptcy. I think program's great, but we started it, okay? And you all have a lot of things that I think would be excellent, but I think that cost should not come from the Little Rock School District. That's my opinion, and everybody has one.
Okay, other questions or thoughts? Let me,
go ahead.
yeah, you, okay, hold on, let me just, yes. Director Adams. Yeah, Adams, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation and your work with us to this point. I appreciate that. Ms. Montgomery, I had a question for you. I'm thinking about the district that, since we started this, we have had changes in leadership. This whole process started when we didn't have an elected board, and then we did have an elected board, and as Ms. Hatter said, we did vote, I think, earlier to affirm to go forward with this. And I'm thinking about the comment made about where we are in the adoption, and the comment was made that we've been in it for a number of years, but in some ways we're still very early in it. And I wondered if you could help us understand what are the factors that have us in that spot. Are there, and what kind of frictions have been there that have kept us from being further along the way? Is it, because I don't know how much of that's in, I don't understand the fullness of that difference between how many years we've been in it and how far we've gone in incorporating this model that we said that we were going to do.
Okay, well, I'm going to yield to Dr. Wright first, and then I'll comment.
Not bad, not bad.
Thank you. I'll leave enough for you to add to, since you were here at the beginning. But first, I would like to say the academy concept is not a new concept. And Forward NGL is just one model of the academies. It is not the end-all, be-all. It is not the only academies approach. So I just want to say that first off. Second, when you look at Forward NGL model and everything that goes along with it, there are certain aspects of the model that does not align to the way LRSD was operating when it was first broached, and even today, and I'll give a couple of examples. The existence of Metro is one big barrier that interferes with the ability to do wall-to-wall and teaming in some capacities. In a Forward NGL model, all the programs that we have at Metro, first of all, Metro wouldn't exist. The programs would be individualized at each school. So there wouldn't be kids selecting programs at Metro to leave the campus and go to Metro. Those programs would be just at the school. There wouldn't be anything, Metro wouldn't exist. Another issue is we had established programs already, several of our schools already had identities. Parkview had the arts and science magnet programs identity. So when you bring a model like Forward NGL to a school like Parkview, and I can speak a lot about this because when I got here, I never had a honeymoon because I had to deal with implementation challenges at Parkview with this particular model as soon as I started working here. And it's not to say that the model cannot exist in a school like Parkview. However, there has to be a lot of work and planning and alignment to be done in order for it to be successful, in order for it to work, and a lot of buy-in that needs to take place with not just the faculty and staff at the school, but with the parents and the community to understand what it is. I can speak from getting here in fall of '22. What I can tell you I saw is there wasn't a real sense of understanding amongst school-based people in terms of what this is and what we're supposed to be doing. I don't know the work that was done prior to explain it, to get buy-in for principals to understand, but I can tell you when I got here, the principals that I spoke to all said to me that they were not involved in the initial planning of this. So you got Parkview, it didn't get off the ground because of the established programs and magnet programs that were already there, and the work that needed to be done to kind of make it work just wasn't done. Central, nothing happened at Central other than Freshman Academy since we got here for reasons I think we all know. So I think
It's not. I don't know the reason. What's the reason?
Well,
They do also have established magnet programs at Central that have been in place
Yes.
as long as the programs at Parkview.
Well, I was speaking specifically to the leadership of the school not wanting to do
And
this. And that was made clear to me when I was here. And I thought that was something that everybody understood and knew. But if not, so we got that. So those were some examples of what has been barriers that I saw when I got here in terms of why the work hadn't moved forward. Southwest, on the other hand, from my understanding, was built with the Academies concept in mind. So I think Southwest was the school that had gotten the furthest with implementation, but then as a result of all the leadership changes and other internal issues at Southwest, the work just kind of halted and stopped. And so, and I'll end by saying this. Regardless of where we end with, whether we are working with the foundation or not, the work of the Academies is not going away. I just want to be clear and say that. Ford NGL is not the only model, and our commitment, I don't think there's anybody here that would disagree with the purpose and outcomes of what the Academy concept is supposed to do. I don't think, or at least I don't. I mean, I believe in the concept, I believe in what it's supposed to do, and there's multiple ways of getting there. But to answer your question, those are some examples of why the initial implementation just has not taken off district-wide. Did that answer? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a, thank you, Dr. Wright.
Yeah, follow up.
I'd just like to make a follow-up, that it seems to me that this conversation about contract and money is raising some issues that we need to talk about, that are beyond what we and you all need to talk about, but it seems like it's what we on our side need to talk about in order to clarify where we are and where, what was thought, where we wanted to go several years ago, but where are we actually here today, and where do we want to go now? And it seems to me like we have some work to do, and we should take advantage of this opportunity to have some of that discussion so we could be more clear when we talk with our partners, or, about where we are. I mean, that's what it strikes me. Dr. Lauren, you sound like you have a
Dr.
thought.
Lauren sounds like she has.
You're giving me a nonverbal about that.
I think we are clear as a district team about where we want to go. I don't think the issue
Share the clarity, will you?
Is the what. I think piggybacking off of what Dr. Wright said, we all agree with that there are benefits to the Academies model, that there are components of this model that our students want and need. I think the how is where there's some difference of opinion between our district team and the foundation. I actually started this work the same time Shamika did in a different district, and then came in and finished, continued, because we're not finished, with Ms. Montgomery. And honestly, what we found is there are a couple things. One, eliminating Metro creates an access issue for our students that we agree we don't want to create. And Metro doesn't just serve Little Rock School District students, it also serves other school district students as well. And we can't offer every program that we currently offer at Metro on every one of our campuses. So eliminating Metro eliminates an access that all of our students currently have to Metro. The other thing that I think we're all in agreement in is our goal in our profile of a graduate is to offer exposure and choice. All of our students don't want or aren't curious about the same things. And so we don't want a one-size-fits-all model in all of our high schools. And I think, to Dr. Wright's point, when he came in, that is what the communities at Central, the communities at Parkview, and even Southwestern Hall said. We don't want the programming in all of our schools to look exactly alike. There should be some guaranteed components around academies, around concurrent credit, around academic offerings that are the same. And there should be some pieces that are different and unique in each one of our campuses. And I think as a team, we're all in agreement that that is what our district team says we're striving for, because that's what our students and our parents and community members have said that they want. They want choice, and we want to provide that choice in our district so that our students stay in our district. So I don't think it's a matter of whether or not we agree with the merits of this program. I think we all do. It is how we implement it in our district in a way that supports what our community and our constituents said they want in our high schools.
To me, that's a really important point, Dr. Loring, is that it's important, I think, for us to have, for administration, but also the board and administration together, to have not only agreement on the what, but the how. Because this plays in very much to the how.
Yes, this is a how conversation.
Yeah.
And I think why we got to this point, because the initial how, when we met initially, did not exactly align with what our community stakeholders said that they wanted, and the vision that we developed for the profile of a graduate from Little Rock School District based on what our students and parents and families said that they were looking for in terms of choice and options and experiences in our schools.
Ms. Wesley, I'd be interested in a future how discussion or work session. I think to me that would be helpful.
Sounds good. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me just do a check because we've had a couple of people. I think I've got Ms. Calloway. Did you raise your hand again? Okay. So I'm coming back around. I think it was Strong, Calloway, then
Strong Rose Calloway, but I'll let her go.
I'm sorry. Did I miss you?
I guess you did.
I did miss you. It was. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It was Strong Rose.
I'll let Ms. Calloway go ahead.
Okay. And then Calloway Hatter. Okay. All right. You guys take it.
Wow.
Who's that?
Strong.
Oh,
You
okay.
first. Go ahead. You
Okay.
first.
I think just thank you so much for all of this clarity. I mean, I know Marcus and I had a conversation too. I thought that was really helpful. So thank you for taking the time to do that. And I just want to say out loud that I am grateful as an individual and a board member. I am grateful for businesses that care about our schools. We have our fair share of challenges in the Little Rock School District, and it means a lot that businesses are here. To say we want to be a partner in LRSD in Little Rock Schools. I think one of the questions I have is, what is the financial buy-in from the businesses that are part of this outside of, I know it's a ton of work to get a partnership together, but what is the financial buy-in from a business that wants to be a part of this and have their logo on the big thing that says we're a partner in this work? And first answer that, and then I have a follow-up.
Yes, so the financial buy-in, if you will, from the partners.
Yep.
To be an Academy level partner, there is a minimum in-kind contribution level that they have to meet to be that.
How
much? Director. It's $150,000 of in-kind contributions in year one, and $50,000 in in-kind contributions each year after. Most partners achieve that through time and talent, and that means they're spending a lot of folks to engage with our students and our teachers. Others have donated equipment that, like to various programs that they see a need, and others have given direct contributions to the campus in terms of, hey, here's a check in terms of like a grant to go implement the Academy's work. And so that is the threshold for that. When we look at, I did not say this in the conversation earlier, maybe I should have. When we look at other really successful Fort NGL communities, Nashville, Akron, Louisville, right, Fort Wayne, Indiana, there are a lot of folks, there are about 40-ish of them across the country that are doing this work. Those that are sustaining the work across superintendent changes, board member changes, district leadership changes, their convening organizations, their version of the foundation are funded in equal thirds. A third by school district contracts, a third by grants and other revenue, and a third by corporate partners.
Okay.
And so when we look at the contracted agreement, I know that's, like I said, I posed the conversation like I did first to talk about what is the commitment to this work, and not about the finances or the compensation piece of it. Because, you know, when we talk about those communities doing that, we're proposing a rate that is significantly lower. One district gave their convening organization a $5 million grant to do this work for them. Another one gave them $3.5 million. And so we don't, I mean, that would be great, don't get me wrong, like we could do a lot of great things with that. That's not what we're after here. We've got a $500,000 award from the state of Arkansas over 2 years to help fill out that second, third bucket. We've had conversations at our board around what's the corporate fundraising strategy look like, right? And long-term, is there enough corporate dollars and fundraising to reduce or eliminate the cost burden on the districts? But this was the conversation, like I said, 2018 and on. We're just now at a point where we're enacting what was identified in that master plan as the next step. And so I think you're right. You're at a how conversation. Is this how you want to do this work?
Right.
And if not, okay, we'll be here to support you if you come back in 2-3 years and say, hey, we want back in, right? I think that's the crux of the conversation.
Okay, that is really helpful. I do appreciate that, just understanding. And I'm assuming our staff and team that works on this does not get to have the in-kind contribution option. Is that correct? Like, we can't have an in-kind contribution to this work for the work that Ms. Montgomery and all of our team put toward this work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Well, if businesses are getting to contribute their $150,000 in kind, then our staff contribution to the collective work can't count for that. Okay. So I guess all that being said, I agree with Mr. Adams, Mr. Bawley. I think if we're gonna, on the how piece, I would love to understand like the student interest and student buy-in on this, and maybe at the school level. And I also, we don't have much, if this is not in our budget that we approved in was that September, we don't have the dollars for this right now. We approved a budget that was $15,000 in the black this year. And I think if we want to look at our foundation that we have as a way and a place where we could garner some contributions that would help maybe us to have the funds to support that, that would be a really wonderful way to help work toward that. But I think in the meantime, really figuring out the if and how. Not that I'm opposed to this, but I do think it is, I just don't know where those, what account, Dr. Wright or Mr. Bailey, what account and line item on our budget those dollars come out of right now.
I would just add, we had conversations with each of the 4 superintendents in December and January about this is what's coming up, so that there was time to plan for that, right? I understand things happen, and
So I think that we're gonna probably
Those
look
didn't
at.
involve a specific amount, did they?
we talked about the per pupil rate that we had discussed.
So we'll probably look at a work session for this, but let's hit these last 3 questions, and then I know that we want to hear from security, and I think perhaps they have to leave at some point. And so let me just go ahead and hit these 3. Ms. Calloway, then we have Rose, and then Hatter. Okay, go ahead.
My conversation was on finance, really. Where we're gonna get the money.
Oh, your mic.
You can hear me now, okay? Okay. My conversation is on the money. Where we gonna get it? Okay? So, you can't commit the dollars you don't have. We don't have it, do we?
What I will say is, no, this amount or these amounts were not included in our current budget. I will say there are things that we did budget for that if this was a priority for the board, we would have to go back and look at what we committed to do that we're no longer going to do in order to cover this.
Thank you. Mr. Rose?
I would like to remind the board that 6 months ago when we were cutting and slashing, now let me hold on to that. Let me go back a little bit from that. Ms. Blaylock is flamboyant, and as a result, I think most of the time she doesn't get the credit she deserves for the work that she does in getting business partnerships of the kind that you were talking about, Mr. Bali, community level partnerships. 6 months ago when we were cutting and slashing, we were going to just do away with her department. And then we decided that we wanted to invest in it rather than do away with it.
Thankful to Baker.
It needs to go on. That work needs to go on. I don't suppose that y'all have talked to Ms. Blaylock. Don't have to answer that. That's where we've been doing that work. We've been partnering with businesses for since as long as I've been here, and that's a long time now. We've been doing it a long time without any help from anybody, except Ms. Blaylock and her department. That's some people that this is kind of saying that their work's unimportant, and I don't believe that. Thank you.
Ms. Hatter?
Okay, so, a few things. What VIPS does is very different than what, because VIPS is not doing trainings and bringing in partners like this. It's more, anyways, but you know how VIPS works. So, and Tammy and Jackie does an amazing job over at VIPS with just a staff of 2, and very thankful for Mr. Baker and the community who came out to help keep that alive. So with that, my question, I have a few of them. I will first start off with Ms. Montgomery. It's about Metro. I haven't heard of conversations around the elimination of Metro. So is that something new that's coming up?
It's not new. It's been floated around since we started the Academy's work about shifting career pathways to our traditional high schools. It's been in the conversation, but the decision was made to keep it.
Okay. What Metro? Then we get special funding from the state because we service multiple districts as well as private homeschool and charter school students that go to Metro. The last check that the last time I saw the numbers, those Metro is primarily at the time was LRSD students, correct?
Yes, it's still primarily LRSD students. We do support students from other districts and charter schools and homeschools. But Metro, because we receive vocational center aid, that's how it's funded. And so the Little Rock School District doesn't have to pay salaries of the staff at Metro or buy consumable items or equipment or anything from as far as that's concerned.
Okay, and so
yeah, but you do fund criminal justice and culinary arts.
Right. Okay. So okay. So
Yes.
and so around that, our funding for Metro, it is done primarily not because it's just not because we serve primarily LRSD students. The funding is there because we have a wide arrangement of different students coming in that does not majority make up LRSD. So, okay, and right now we're sitting at what, about 70%, 80% of LRSD students attending Metro?
It's probably closer to 90.
90%.
Yes.
And so we really don't have a lot of districts using Metro at this time. It's just something to think about,
How many
right?
percent of our students attend Metro?
No. 90% of
the student body.
And I will say
So-
that Metro is a career center.
Right.
And the whole purpose of it is designed to support students in Pulaski County who want access to the skilled trades.
Okay.
Very good. And so, okay, very good. I was just curious because, I was just curious on what that number is, because last time I checked, it was between 70 and 80% of those students were LRSD students. So since then, it's now 90. So my other question is, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so with our academies, because like you sit in a very unique spot, because you're able to, you work with Metro and you also work with the academies, okay? And the implementation of it, because we have been here for a while, and to hear that like we are still at phase 1 after 4 years, what have been some of those thoughts? I mean, because we heard, well, Central was never really part of the conversation right from the beginning. Parkview, there was some teachers that actually put together a plan and they figured out how how that will work, and then that plan never got used, and then a lot of those teachers are not at, a number of those teachers are not at Parkview anymore. So my question is, what has been the barrier from the district being further along than stage 1?
Well, I think we're further along than stage 1. That's a misnomer because right now what we're doing, we're investing over $500,000 into the Academy's work and just from district support by hiring, my role, and we have Academy coaches at 3 of our schools. And those Academy coaches, they ensure that we're implementing what we call guaranteed experiences at the school level. And so we, right now, we're offering a freshman seminar class at every one of our high schools where we're paying for those teachers, and that number is not included in the $500,000 amount. And those teachers, they implement the freshman seminar curriculum where kids are exposed to various career options, college options, you name it. And they attend the coaches helps plan all of the guaranteed experiences. For instance, the Career Expo that's coming up on November 12th, they're working tirelessly to get kids ready for that event. They just finished mock interviews for every freshman at our school and bringing in partners, working alongside with their business partners to bring in individuals from industry to interview, for kids to practice interviewing. At the 10th grade level, they plan industry tours to take our students out. If they're in a particular pathway, we want them to go out and see what that industry is like. Now, where we haven't made great strides is at the 11th and 12th grade level. We're going to try to do job shadowing this year for our 11th graders in a pathway. And we have the ambassador training that's put on by the foundation. But we're doing a lot of things, but we haven't done teaming to the degree in which Ford NGL would like, and we have not done the wall-to-wall implementation.
Okay.
But we've been clear from the beginning that these are the things that we can do right now in Little Rock School District.
Okay, and so, wait, can I add, you said something that made, and so like you said that you believe that like we can do all of these things within Little Rock School District, which is something that I heard our superintendent say, that like he believed that we could do these things within in-house. So how do you believe that like we can do it within our walls without the foundation, and then the partnerships that bring, because I heard you say that a number of partnerships have already come with it.
Well, the partners were developed because of our work with the Academies of Central Arkansas. That's how we obtain partners for our academies. And we have branded partners at Southwest, Hall, and Parkview right now. And they help us with some of these guaranteed experiences. And coaches also go out and recruit partners on their own as well. But they follow the framework that was put in place by the academies.
I do want to provide a clarity on the level 1 implementation. I think the misunderstanding is that is based on the Ford NGL model, which is a wall-to-wall academies model. So if we're looking at that specific framework, then yes, we are probably at a level 1. But if we're looking at our academy's implementation overall, I would agree with Ms. Montgomery. We are much further along than that. We have pocket academies at Parkview. We have successful academy pathways at Hall, where right now, because of the size of Hall, it's not feasible to be wall-to-wall. We have a number of pathways and academies at Southwest with guaranteed experiences and a lot of 4NGL alignment. It is just not exactly aligned. So if we're looking at exact alignment, then I think that statement is true, but it doesn't really speak to all of the work that we've done as a district to implement academies.
So I just have one last question.
We offer over 34 career pathways in Little Rock School District.
Yes.
So we need to move forward. Let me, I mean, we're gonna have to have a work session, okay? So that we can really have a.
Ask for a work session for a year.
Well, and we need to do that, so.
I just have one last question,
Okay,
yes.
there's anything that's burning. That's
Yes, it
burning
is burning.
And yours
It's
is
not really burning, but,
Come on then. You guys.
I mean, because this
Go
is
ahead.
the whole
Go
point,
ahead.
right? I think that maybe perhaps we should have had a work session a long time ago around where the board stand with Metro, I mean, not with Metro, but with the academies, because for years, the board never had any issues with this until these emails start going back and forth to the board about us feeling like we could do it the in-house, the cost, and all these other things. So my question is, okay, so Dr. Wright, you mentioned that like there are other models and that this is not the only model, which obviously there are other models. I've seen other models, but is there a line of thought about moving away or moving into a different direction with a different foundation or a different model?
So neither I'm going to speak for myself. No, I have not taken the time to research other models per se, but what I do know that we can do, I mean, we've already increased the number of pathways that we have. One thing that the foundation has done, and I think you've heard it clear a number of times tonight, is with the partners that they've been able to identify for some of our schools. Yeah, maybe a lift or heavy lift for us to take on that work ourselves, but if we're going to keep investing in, we've got our own academy coaches at every single school. We have Miss Montgomery. If that's something that we have to take on, maybe a hard hill to climb, but I believe we still can. I mean, I think with every career pathway that we have in the district, there are businesses and entities in this area that we could potentially partner for if we didn't have a foundation to work for us. I think the biggest thing for me is not, and Marcus and I, we probably talked more the last 2 months than we have since I have been here, but the biggest issue for me, putting the finances aside, is that all the training, the support that the foundation provides is based upon this forward NGL model, and for whatever reason, all of the work that needed to be done to get all of our schools in a place to understand what that is and understand how that is going to look or can look with the way that our schools are currently functioning, that work wasn't done. And the way that we're currently functioning and operating as a district, we will never be aligned to that model. And so the professional development that we're paying for, the coaching that we're getting, it's not going to fit the way that we're currently operating. And so now that we have to put, money out of our pockets, we're taking a closer look at this partnership to determine, is it worth us investing in a model that does not align to how we're currently operating? It doesn't mean that we want to back away from the academies or the academy concept.
Yeah, I was just thinking about just overall being good partners. If we're just now really starting to, and two, I'm just listening to what everybody have said, but if we are just now, or the administration, because the board, we've never talked about this until really now. If the administration is just now starting to look at the value, the return on investment, after, I don't know, we would need to get the numbers of the dollar amounts, but I'm sure it's over millions of dollars from other people money that have been invested into our district with partnership and in-kind. And now we're hearing, what I'm hearing is now, because we're being asked to pay into it $117,000 or what, 171, whatever that amount is, it is a paid position, a high, I mean, we pay people that amount of money in our district, but then if we are just now, if the administration is just now starting to do a deep look into whether or not this fits and start having these type of conversations, because we are being asked to pay into a foundation that is doing the work, it seems a bit disingenuous to just now do monitoring and then assessment of the work and value that have been paid in by the private and whatever however this money came about to come into the district, because we are saying that we have to pay for it. So that is how it sounds. So I don't know if that's the way you meant it to sound, but that's how it sounds, because you said now that we're having to pay, we are looking and it doesn't fit.
So I can go back to my first year here, when we were dealing with this same issue with Parkview specifically, where we sat here in these board meetings and had the same conversation about the alignment of 4 NGL in this district. We had conversations about why aren't we moving forward with this at Central. We had conversations with why aren't we, and we had these same conversations about these difficulties, the barriers. And so this conversation just didn't start now. What started now is the foundation is being created, or was created just now. And so we're having these same conversations that we have, again, the same conversations that we had in 23 when I was here about, that I asked this board, is this something that this board is committed to do? And are we going to keep going forward with this? Because in some schools, nothing was really happening, and there didn't seem to be any concern from anybody up here about the fact that we were moving forward in some schools, we weren't moving forward in others. And so these conversations aren't new. So,
but
I think
is that more of a district issue, or is that a board issue? Because that
I think it's both.
Because that seems like
I think it's both.
implementation issue.
Okay, so Ms. Calloway had a comment, and then we need to wrap it up, okay?
Okay, first of all, I hear you. Okay? I hear you. But, excuse me, we had this conversation. Yes, we did talk about it. But first of all, you gotta have some money to do that. Okay? Now, in February of this year, y'all missed it because most of y'all don't read the Democrat Gazette, but there was a big article in there about all the money that was taken from this district. And then the next thing you know, we eliminated programs in Metro. It was in the paper. Y'all don't read the paper. But anyway, it was discussed, period. We talked about this. $50 million. And next thing I know, all these programs from Metro are gone. You had to lay off teachers. You had to close programs. You had to eliminate programs to the point, okay, if you are on your 3rd year in this program, we're going to keep you for a year because we don't have the money because the governor took our money and said she's going to put it somewhere else. That's what happened. We've had this conversation before, many times. And I don't want anybody to think that we haven't. Nothing's wrong with your program, sir. Nothing. But our issue is the money. The money was taken from this district. Now, all of this, Ms. Montgomery, you're saying all of that, that is definitely a plan. That's the plan. It should have been implemented. But you can't do that if you don't have the money. Okay, whatever. People, please understand. We want I lost my mind. Okay, we want all these things to go on. And I don't want anybody who's listening to think that we don't. But if your money can be arbitrarily taken, and then you have the point where you can just take money from a school district, you kill programs, you try to kill the school district. Okay? There's nothing that says we can't do that. I think that the staff, we had the money, we could do all of you. That's no money. $170,000, that's no money if you have it. But we don't have it. That's the point. We could have had it, but that money was diverted to wherever. Look it up.
Okay. Thank you all so much, and we will reconvene, no doubt, okay? Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Okay, we're gonna go ahead to the do we need are we okay? Let's go through it. So we got 7:45. So can we go ahead to 7.5? Is that doable so that we can have that safety and security brief?
I move we suspend the rules to proceed with 7.5.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Thank you. Do we need all in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Suspending the rules to modify the agenda item. Thank you. 7. LRPD, yeah, LRPD.
All right, we're going to welcome up Assistant Chief Dyer. This is 7.5. It's a safety and security update, but I know that we didn't have an opportunity a couple of weeks ago, whatever,
7.5.
to have the update and discussion with LRPD. So we are bringing it back to this meeting so that we can talk about an SRO program. I know that there were some questions that we've had around the use of pepper spray, and so happy to have our partner with us, Chief Dyer, Assistant Chief Dyer. Am I getting the title right?
You are.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
What was your name?
Chief
Andre
Dyer.
Chief Dyer.
Did you have a presentation first, or shall we dive right into questions?
You can dive straight
Dive right into questions.
any questions that you may
All
have.
right, very good. Who'll get us started?
Can I start it off? I
Okay.
just have a quick question.
Sure.
Because the way it's on our agenda, there's nothing there except for safety, like a presentation. What are you here to discuss? Because there's nothing, are you here to discuss the SRO program? Are you here to give us statistics? I mean, just so I can start formalizing my thoughts.
I am here to answer any questions you may have in reference to our protocol when utilizing pepper spray, OC spray within your schools.
Okay, and so the district.
Or any other question you may have.
Okay, then, and so like you're here based on a conversation about two months ago that we talked about pepper spray being used at Central or some school about, okay. Not
any other
necessarily
questions, is that right?
but that's how it came about.
Any
Okay.
questions you may
Very
have.
I'm just
good.
trying to figure it
If I
out.
can
Okay,
answer them,
very good.
I'll answer them. If I
Okay,
can't,
so
I
let's
won't.
go ahead and get started. Thank you. Registrar,
All
get us started.
I will
Okay.
get us started. Thank you, Chief Dyer, for being here. I think I'm one of the people, I think, who's requested that you come. I had a lot of constituents reach out to me after a recent incident on the Central campus, and where their students were affected by overspray and crowd control usage, it seemed like, of pepper spray during a fight on the campus of Central High School. And one of the questions that we had asked a bit of security, Mr. Elamine, was, what the protocols were, and I think that is something that y'all develop, it sounds like, together? No, did I make that up? No, this is y'all develop, y'all have the protocol once. So we do not allow our security officers to have pepper spray weapons, et cetera, but when you guys are on campus, the SROs are able to carry those items, and then also are they the people responsible for calling in additional reinforcements from community police officers if and when that were ever to happen?
They're responsible for calling in backup if something
Backup.
like that was to happen, yes.
But the SROs do carry pepper spray and weapons on campus?
SROs they have all the equipment that any other officer would have.
Okay.
That school resource is just a title.
Can you share a written protocol, maybe not at this moment in time, or describe the protocol that you all have for when you use pepper spray?
Well, we have a resistance to response protocol.
Okay.
And within that resistance to response, there are several levels. And if an officer, if any incident reach a certain level, the officer has the right to utilize one of their, I wouldn't necessarily say weapons, but one of the things that they've been given to make sure that we are able to disperse a crowd without causing any injury to the officer.
So you can use this to disperse crowds?
You can.
Is that what pepper spray was used for in the instance that was discussed a few months ago when we asked for you to come in?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay.
Because we were not interested in the crowd. I think that was brought up earlier. We were interested in making sure that the fight that was going on discontinued. I think what needs to be understood is that when we send an officer into battle, we send them into battle with as many tools that are available. Every officer has gone through a significant amount of training in reference to these things. We go over our general orders continuously. A school resource officer is no different than a patrol officer, a detective, or anyone else that's been certified as a Little Rock police officer. They just happen to work in a school. So when we have someone, depending on the subject size, the amount of people that's involved in the incident, will determine whether or not an officer deploys their pepper spray.
Okay, so that's kind of a game time intuition.
Absolutely.
Situation.
Down to the second. We
Okay.
don't go in with the mindset of, I want to spray somebody today, because more than likely, that officer is going to get hit with that spray also. It's not just the subjects that are involved that's getting hit with that. The officer themselves may be affected by that. So we have to make sure that it fits.
Right.
Because we don't want to blind ourselves with all these weapons on our tool belt, and someone's able to take some of those weapons off of our tool belt and use it against us.
I definitely am just to follow up, almost, this is my last one. Absolutely supportive of safe school environment, and I know, we do have fights on our campus. We all got the data at our last work session to go look at that at the school level through Aubrey. But I think my concern is in using that in a way that is not used for crowd control, but affects a large number of students who are simply walking to class. That is what was reported to me, that students were just walking to class and they were impacted by the pepper spray that was used to break up a fight. That it was that was not where the students were or were going. They were walking away from that area. They were not involved at all. Is that a typical response? I mean, is that a typical outcome from using pepper spray? Or is it the type you're using? What type of pepper spray are you using? I think there are a lot of different kinds.
It is absolutely a typical response. So when you're talking about the type of incidents that we're talking about, I think that everyone has a hand in this.
Okay.
When we have a fight at a school, I know that people want to stand around and watch, but it will be best for them not to do that.
I don't think that's what was happening in this instance.
Now,
yeah.
sometimes it does flow. If there's fans blowing in the auditorium, in the cafeteria, wherever this may have occurred, it may catch a fan. It may blow out into the hallways. I'm not saying that it doesn't, depending on the amount of pepper spray that was used that day. And what that's going to depend on is how many people was involved in the fight. We all know that when fights break out at schools, there's normally not 2 people involved. It's many. So if we're having to break up a fight that has many people involved, then we may have had to spray more than one person. There may have been more than 1 half-second burst of pepper spray. So we have to look at all of those things, and that's what we do. When we have an incident like this, there's a full investigation in reference to that. Do we want kids to be affected? No. But there are some protocols that can be put into place. But maybe we need to look at, when there's a fight on campus, the school security handles that, and if there's a law that's being broken, they bring after they disperse the crowd and deal with the individuals that are fighting, bring them out to the officers if those officers have broken the law, and we'll address it. But the one thing that I think everyone up here needs to understand is that as many officers go to work every day, we expect those officers to go home. And we don't want those officers to go home injured. And we all know that when you get into a brawl, the likelihood of that happening is pretty high. That's why we give them the tools that we give them, to make sure that those that are involved in these type of situations are, we're able to bring it under control and take control of the incident that's going on. So do I apologize for kids being hit with some of the spray for whatever reason? Yes. We never mean for things like that to happen, but things happen, and we have to address those. those issues.
I think similarly to the way that you expect your officers to come home, many of our parents expect that their kids can go to school and not be pepper sprayed
Well,
when they're
ma'am,
not
it's not
involved
the
in a fight.
intentions to spray kids that are not involved in incidents. But when we're given a tool, we're going to utilize that tool. As I said, the one way that we can get past that is that security handles the incident, and if there's a need for us, then we're called. But if we have to go in, if an officer has to go in and deal with that, we're going to deal with it utilizing the tools by our policy that our policy allow us to utilize.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Director, I think I was at Rose, and then I have Adams, I have Bali, and then Hatter, did you, or was it Johnson? Okay, you guys work it out. Who was first? Johnson? Okay.
Work it
and
out
then
quietly.
Hatter. Okay, don't. What happened?
I said work it out quietly.
Come on now, hold on. Mr.
sorry.
Rose.
That's all right.
You said SRO is its title. Do they not have special training?
They do.
Okay, how many hours of special
40.
training? 40 hours of training.
Yes.
And I hope that a good part of that is about crowd dispersal, because they're going into schools. And you said just a second ago that crowds tend to form around fights. So there's training in how to disperse a crowd.
That's involved in that training, also our special response unit training, which most of our SROs are a part of.
Okay.
So, yes.
All right. You're a police officer, and police officers have their own way of referring to things, but don't ever say again that we have battles in our schools. We haven't had battles in our schools. We haven't had battles in our schools
Okay,
since the early 1970s.
excuse me. Okay, excuse me. We're not going, excuse me. Let me just respond. So let me just please. We don't tell anyone in this room how to act. I mean, we don't have the authority to demand that anyone does anything. We can request and ask of any individual anything we desire, but please, let's refrain from telling anyone what they should or will do or not. Please.
Thank you, ma'am. I've been doing this for 30 years. Over 30. Matter of fact, I've been doing it about 31 years. No, you don't have to apologize for something, but let me address this. You can think of us and the way we do things and the terminology that we use, however you want to do that. But nobody outside of my mother tells me what verbiage I can use when I am being questioned. If you don't want to use that verbiage, that's up to you, sir. But I'm going to use it by the terminology that we use. So I'm going to go back here. Any other questions for me?
Yes, let's go down the road, please. Mr. Adams.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Two questions. One, you talked about the crowd disbursement or the crowd control, and I wondered if you would, since that's not the purpose of pepper spray.
Correct.
But I wonder if you could talk at least a little bit about what the approach is for that in a school. If there's a crowd and you're trying to disperse them, what would be some of the techniques or approaches that would be used by SROs to do that? And the second question is, you mentioned the possibility of looking again at protocols about the relationship between what is handled by the SROs and what's handled by the security. And I'm wondering, is that something you think would be a constructive thing to do for us at this point, for us to take a fresh look at those relationships?
Well, to answer your first question, when I say crowd disbursements, it's more along the lines of when we have a riot or something like that, we're trained on how to disperse a crowd. So when we deal with large crowds, it's normally in a situation like that. We don't consider a school and the children that go to a school a crowd. They are part of that environment. So we train for that environment. But when you have a huge event happening inside of a small place like a cafeteria, and there may be, I don't know how many people break for lunch. I've been out of school many years, but I don't know. But I know that you may have one, maybe two officers, depending on which end of the school they're at. As we know, Central is a really big school, and we have 3 SRO officers that are assigned to that school, okay? So when something like that goes on, we don't know how or when or how long it's going to take for that officer's backup to get there. So if we have a huge amount of people that's involved, or we have a large amount of people that's standing around, the officer has to fight through and get to the eye of the storm, right? So once we get there, that's the focus. It's not, we don't go in and just shoot pepper spray in the air. It's going towards those that are involved, because the way that our resist to response works is that we have officers present, then verbal direction, and then we have soft, empty hand control, which is a part of our our response to resistance. And then we have hard, empty hand, we have hard hand control, which is when we lay hands on people. And that's what we would rather not have to do, right? Because there becomes issues not only for the student, but also for the officer. If I have a 5'3" officer going in and they have to deal with a 6'6" offensive tackle, there's going to be an issue. So we go in with those tools so that that officer, as well as that young man or young lady, can go home. Because we got to rise one level above whatever level we're at when it involves any type of use of force. We have the right to go one level above. So when we think about those things, that's what we think about. When we talk about the relationship between school resource and school security officers, like I said, I've done this for 30 years, and I am the assistant chief over the investigative bureau, which also houses the 21st century policing model, which involves school resource. And this is the first time I've been involved with the schools. And this has been a huge learning curve for me, but I'm in it. I love doing it. So I think that there are some things there. I know that North Little Rock has a security team that's outside of their police department. They don't use police officers within their schools. Jacksonville is the same way, but you're talking about one school, maybe two. Little Rock School District is huge. And I don't really know any other department, whether it's police or otherwise, that could handle the amount of schools that you have. So we could probably look at developing some sort of protocol that would limit the amount of interaction when it comes to uses of force and things of that nature. We could probably look at that and limit that. And see about getting I'm not saying that the security don't do their part, because they do. We couldn't do what we do without our security team, without the Little Rock School District security team. We couldn't do what we do. It's too many kids at each one of these schools for the amount of officers that we have there. But when it comes to things like this and the expectation that there may be something put into place to where we're not going to allow the officers to utilize the tools because it's a school setting, we can't do that. And we will not do that. So if that's what we're looking to try to get done, I don't see that happening.
That was not my suggestion, sir.
No, I know. I
Yeah.
just put that out there.
No, but I appreciate your thoughts and your elaboration on your thoughts. I think the thing that appealed to me about your comment about the protocol was that, it seems to me that when you have a situation that goes poorly in some way, and if people got impacted who were not involved at all, and all, then that's something that nobody wants.
Right.
And if that happens, and we look at it, one option would be to say, we did everything. It's just going to happen sometimes, and that's the best we can do. Or there may be an opportunity to take a fresh look and say, is there something we could learn from this? Maybe we could rethink some things about how we do things to minimize the chances of that happening. I agree that it's impossible to eliminate, some of these collateral damage, as you might say, but I think that it seems to me like it might be a helpful thing to think about it as an opportunity to take another evaluation of how we do things.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. We have we've had to utilize pepper spray 3 times this year, and only 1 time within a school setting. I wasn't there. I didn't see a lot of the video that took place, so I don't know how many people were involved. But that should tell you, I know we've had quite a few disturbances at some of the schools. But for me to know that we've only utilized pepper spray within a school one time, and it's almost half of the year is about up, that speaks volumes to me. That tells me that there's a lot of restraint happening with the officers that are involved. So yes, one incident is huge because it did affect people that were not involved, but that's everywhere that we go, any large event, football games, the fair, it doesn't matter. It takes a while to clear that. And the officer had, they believed that was the only recourse they had at that time without really injuring anyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Ballard?
Thank you for being here today with us.
Yes, sir.
As speaking to somebody that's been pepper sprayed, and
me too,
and
it is not
a couple of times, and not being a part of the issue, I can understand why parents and students would be upset about it. So my question is, two things really, and two different things. As far as like education for our students on what to do when a fight occurs, is anybody from LRPD helping to educate students on those type of things so that they understand that there's a time to stand and there's a time to walk away? And also just non-confrontational ways to show up at the school. Because I personally believe we don't need a police presence every day at school, but that's just me personally. I feel like we can keep our schools safe and call on them as needed. But community engagement is, I know, one thing that Chief Helton has talked about, and I think there's a lot of times not often opportunities to build relationships with students. And so I just want to know, is there any ways that their LRPD is educating students on what to do when a fight or altercation happens? What ways are police officers showing up, not as not in a punitive way, but to show up to build relationships and not be viewed as enemies by the students? And the second thing that I wanted to also mention is, there was an incident this summer at one of the schools here in our community. Matter of fact, the school that we were honoring today during the celebrations, Mapleville, where over 50 students were detained, arrested, and charged with crimes that I still kind of find it hard to understand. And so I just want to know, does LRPD know that our community schools, there really isn't a way to be trespassing during the daytime because of the hotspot Wi-Fi's, the mission for them to be emotional and social support, so that if there's another incident where many students show up to community school, which is available not only to students but parents and residents in the community, where it won't be an instance where they jump to put kids in handcuffs or put people in handcuffs because they're at a community school, which I say once again has been a place for students to be and community members after school hours during the day.
Mr. Bali, thank you for your question. First and foremost, to answer your first question, we would be more than willing. Matter of fact, that was one of the things that I thought about after this instance, coming up with something to where we can go to the principals at some of the bigger schools where these events would happen. And because it doesn't just need to come from the police officer, it needs to come from the administration too. When we talk about what should happen, because a lot of times, in my experience, not all kids are going to listen to what police officers are saying. They're not trying to hear you at some points in time. So it's good to have like a collective effort when we're dealing with this. Yes, I think it's valuable to advise students of what they should and should not do. Don't stand around and watch a fight. We get it. You want to see this or see that, you don't want to have to hear about it. Don't stand around watching that because you know what's coming behind you. I know that Ms. Strong has said that some of the kids that got hit with the spray were not standing around watching it, and I get that. But there has to be some sort of protocol put into place that when that happens, if you're not involved, clear the room. If you're not involved, clear the room. And I think that would help us down the line, not only us, the security personnel that's responding also, because we don't have to work our way through people. We can get to the immediate problem right there at that point in time. We don't have to stand there and look around, do all these other things. We can see what's going on, see who's doing it, and get it resolved as quickly as possible. So, yes, I think that's something that we could definitely look at doing, trying to put some sort of protocol together that involves both Little Rock Police Department as well as Little Rock School District. To answer your question about the deal that happened this summer, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to go back and revisit that. We dealt with that. It wasn't an issue with us because there were so many other things that pertain to what led up to the actions that were taken by the officers that a lot of people are not familiar with or not aware of. But we have gotten that resolved and moved forward from that. So that's where I am with that one.
Okay, thank you. Next, Johnson Hatter. Yes,
Thank you for being here
Yes, ma'am.
this evening. For me, in order to implement change, I need to know what needs to be changed or corrected or whatever. So hypothetically, if there is a fight that breaks out in the cafeteria, and you have a security officer, one or maybe two, in the cafeteria, and how do the SROs get pulled in when you're probably down the hall, maybe on the outside? How do you enter into that event?
Well, from my understanding, I think they have a radio that for our dispatch, but they also have a radio where they communicate with the school security personnel. So I think they are radioed, but I'm not, maybe Mr. Elamine can answer that. I'm not for sure how they're actually pulled into the circumstances or the situation at hand, if they are down the hall. I don't know how security reacts. I don't know what the protocol is there. I just know when we get called, we're coming.
So security actually call you to the fight?
That's what I'm thinking. Or the kids may start screaming, it's a fight in the school, in the cafeteria. If it's at Central, I think Central is 3 floors. If you're on the first floor and something is happening on the second floor, the first floor, then it has to be a radio to where that's happening. That's the only way that officers could be made aware.
So most times when the officer shows up, the fight is still going on, but you definitely have security there in the space. Is that correct, would you say?
I would want to believe that if the officers, from my understanding, if it's lunchtime and you have a slew of kids in the lunchroom, there should be an officer in there with them at that time. Sometimes that can't happen if something else is going on in another part of school. Other times they'll probably be in.
Excuse me, could you, Mr. Alamine, could you assist in that particular piece because he wouldn't be aware of that
Right.
because he's not there. So could you speak to that and then perhaps you guys are able to speak collectively about how that.
Yes, so the SROs have school radios just as well as, so they hear the traffic on the radio. So if there is a fight in the cafeteria and the security gets on the radio and say, hey, I have a fight, I might need some assistance. Well, at that time, the SRO knows that there's a fight in the cafeteria as well as other security in the school. So everyone's coming to that fight to try to mitigate that as quickly as possible. But during the lunch period, the SROs are stationed in different areas of the school. There may be an SRO in the cafeteria because there's a large group of students doing lunch. So you may already have an SRO in the cafeteria when something if a fight was to occur. So that's the makeup of the school. There, the officers are always, the security officers are there, and during lunch, there's always an SRO close to the cafeteria.
So, once it's over, who writes the report? Because I'm pretty sure what you just said goes into the report.
Yeah,
right?
well, the security officers, they're going to write a report.
They write.
Depending on the nature of the fight, the SRO may complete a police or incident supplement report.
No, Will, if we had to interact, if we had to lay hands or anything like that, if we had to react to a point to where we had to get involved, then we write the report also. But a lot of times, we don't want to bring any type of negativity to the school, so we'll allow the school district to handle the paperwork or the report.
Okay, so when a fight breaks out, there's really no protocol. You have a radio, everybody know there's a fight, and everybody that's available is going to come to the fight. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, we have security officers there, and their job is to ensure the safety of the students. It's like, in class movement, the whole entire, that's our role there at the school. So our role as safety and security is to, if there is a situation, we're going to jump in and try to address it as soon as possible. But again, if you have school resource officers there at the school, and they also hear the traffic over the radio, because we're definitely going to, we're going to let administration know we need a principal or we need someone here to assist us with this. And so the SRO is going to naturally come and assist us as well.
Okay, Ms. Hatt.
Okay, all right, and so we have SROs or LRPD. That makes it easier for me to distinguish who are we talking about. So we have our LRPD school resource officers in the building, and just to take it away from Central, because we also have Southwest, and it's very active. It's it's active. So since these incidents, and fights are just a part of school life. I mean, fights happen. I think from what I remember from the conversation before, the issue was about pepper spray. And so, and there was a line of thought forming that perhaps some members didn't want that use of pepper spray within the school. And for the school district to put some guidelines or perimeters around certified law enforcement officers. And I think we walked away from that with the notion of there needs to be a conversation, and that LRSD cannot tell LRPD how to be certified law enforcement because we are not qualified to do such. And we can't legally. So my question is, you answered the question about pepper spray, which is really the reason on why you're here. Okay. With the fight situations, when conflict happens in schools, I know at one point there was this thought line that LRPD was supposed to do school management around behavior, and then that had to be worked out. So if you hear that there's a fight going on over the radio, and there's and naturally you will come and see about, you will intervene and to break up the fight. But the line of thought with the officers, at least from my experience, from the ones I talked to, it is not to break it up and then charge the students. It is to bring control to the campus, to where administration can figure out what the resolve will be for the infraction, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, so I wanted just to talk about the school to the prison pipeline. I just wanted to talk about that, because at one point, we had a, it was when our last chief was here, we had a behavior meeting where law enforcement, LRSD, and some of our community partners came together, and we talked about the number of infractions that are happening. We talked about how can we better work together, and then it was supposed to be a follow-up, and a follow-up didn't happen. So my question from that line of thought is, do you think that another convening needs to take place between the LRSD board and then our school resource officers with LRPD to come up with, I don't know if we need to, but come up with policies or a framework around use of force within the Little Rock School District?
I don't. And it's because protocol is protocol. We can't change protocol for one officer that's not going to be reflective of the next officer. When we have issues at any school or where we have to call officers in off the street, they're not going to necessarily know protocol that was developed by the Little Rock School District and the Little Rock Police Department, right? Because we have, our general orders is about this thick. So we can't continuously add to that for officers to be aware or try to get all of this type of training in a 40-hour week. We have to stand on the protocol that we have now and the general orders that we have now, and hopefully it fits. But like I said, as you stated, there have been some incidents at some of these schools, some daily, and we have had to utilize pepper spray once. And most of the time, Ms. Hatter, when we're talking about an instance where we have to utilize pepper spray, it's because the officers have gone in and given commands. The officers have gotten in the middle and the fight continues. They have done what they need to do to get to that level. Does that make sense? So it's not like we walk in the door, as soon as we get to the door, we start pulling tools off our belts. No, ma'am. We understand that these are somebody's children, just like most of the officers out here have children. And we want those children to come home unharmed. And if those children have any harm to them, there better be a good reason for that. The overspray, all I can do is apologize for that. I don't know why or how or what happened. But when it comes to a direct spray of someone, there has to be a level and levels that we follow. And if they don't, the officer is on the line for being disciplined over that.
Okay, and then I got two things that are really quick. But with the pepper spray lingers depending on the size. Like if it happens in the hallway and there's a pepper spray, or else it's a small room, pepper spray could have been used, and then a person's able to come 15, 20, 30 minutes later sometimes, depending on how small that space is and the ventilation. And then like you are still able to have some type of reaction even 15 minutes after the deployment. So I do think that I say that just because although the incident may have been over and students or whomever people are walking in that space, if they're walking in that space where it's deployed, it may still be lingering in the air. So I just wanted to bring that up because I have walked into a space.
Me too. Trust me.
And then I have had a reaction. Mm-hmm. I do want to, the last thing I want to, what I want to end on is the positive engagements with law enforcement. Oftentimes law enforcement that are on our campuses, because we have some really good SROs. Like we do not see pictures and video like in other states and places, or even elsewhere in the state, where SROs is slamming, LRPD is slamming down children or having some unpleasant moments on camera. But can you talk about the Save Our Sons, and then how that program by LRPD is in place for our boys. GEMS, which is a program in place for our boys.
Your girls.
Our girls, yes, our girls. And then there is a summer camp that happens that is youth engagement. And then I think Officer Humphrey, I think she just started like a girls group as well. And so can you talk about some of those positive interactions that happens with the youth with law enforcement, and whether or not at some point LRPD used to, you are tracking with me, aren't you?
I am.
I know you are.
I should have taken
Everybody
notes.
else might not be, but
I
I know
don't
you
wanna
are.
miss anything.
So the positive engagements, and as well as LRPD used to go into, and they still may, go into high school classrooms and just talk about positive behavior and just positive interactions. And if you could speak to no matter if those opportunities of having our officers go into the classroom is still there.
Well, yes, we have several programs in place. Save Our Sons, we started Save Our Sons because of the program that was in place before. It was only for African American young men, because when that was started, there was a huge issue with gang violence, huge issue. And a lot of the gang violence in turn involved African American young men. But as we grew, and to be the Little Rock Police Department, we could no longer say the only people that could be a part of this program is African American young men, because we have black, brown, white communities, and everybody deserves to be a part of this if they want something positive outside of the household. So we open it up to everybody, and that's been going pretty well. I think we have somewhere around 78, 80 young men that we deal with twice a month on Saturdays. We spend about 4 hours with them, sometimes a little bit longer. The ones that are part of those programs, we go into their homes, check with the moms, always look at the grades that are being made. So we put a lot of time into those students, children. Outside of that, the GEMS program is a program for young women. I think we have somewhere around 78 young women that's a part of that program. It's along the same protocol. Twice, 3 times a month, we will get with them, take them to different events, things like that, and just show them the positive side of being a person that's having a positive reaction to whatever issues they may be having at home. They can bring those to the officers, and we can talk that out with them. When it comes to things outside of that shop with a cop, heroes and helpers, there's just a slew of things. And then there's officers that take it upon themselves to go out here and do other sidebar things with people that they see are in real need, that they need to separate a little bit from the group. It may be, instead of 78, it may be 5 that are really having some serious issues that they need to get away and be able to speak on a one-on-one basis. There's a lot of positive things that go on, and not only that, the SRO officers that are within the schools, they should be going into the classrooms and speaking about the positive side of doing what we do, coming up with different titles and things like that we can go into the classrooms and speak about, and make sure that they develop that personal relationship. But at the same time, I need to be clear with this. Everyone in here has seen what's going on throughout the nation, okay? And we all know that there are people that are taking advantage of the school system, and they're going in and they're hurting people's children. And the first thing, when I came over here, the first thing that I said was, if something like that happens, you're gonna be up on the way you shoot. You're going to be up on all the protocols that involve locking the school down, and you're going to make sure that you are out on post doing your rounds and protecting what needs to be protected, and that's the children and the teachers at this school. That's our focus. And we know for a fact that a lot of times people are bringing the issues from the streets into the schools. So I think it needs to be clear that we are protectors. I don't mind being counselors or teachers or someone that hugs a kid periodically, but I don't want anybody or any of my officers to get it twisted while we are there. Our main purpose, and that's only because we've been driven to be this way. We want officers in the schools that don't mind the mother and the father type. But what we've noticed is that the police department is getting young, but the young officers know the streets. The young officers knows what's going on, and they know what to look for before it hits. So we have started getting quite a few younger officers. It used to be you have 10, 15, 20 years on, you go into school resource if you want to. Now we got officers with 3, 4 years on going into school resource, so they're very young in their careers, but they're very good at what they do. And anyone that wants to take on that role, I'm going to give them the opportunity to do that. I don't care how old you are. If you can get it done, let's get it done. Because I need someone that can not only hug someone, but can get to the incident, whether you drive or run, and can shoot the wings off a fly if that's a need. So we look at those things, and we make sure that any threat that may come into that school off of the streets, we can eliminate that threat, period. Make sure every kid goes home safely.
Thank you so much for your time. Anything else we need?
I just have one more question.
Okay.
So
Yes,
when you
ma'am.
do have an event at a school.
Yes, ma'am.
And everything's been resolved, but yet there were some things that maybe if you did it this way, or will you consider doing it that way, do the SROs and safety and security, do they ever sit down and dissect an event that happened? Kind of like give them a little, okay, if you try it like this may work out better for you, or.
Mr. Elamine has a direct contact with Lieutenant Ford. I have a team. I have a major, a lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and then the officers. And so Mr. Elamine or somebody from his team would normally make contact with somebody on my team if there's a need to do that. I'm pretty sure they converse about those things. I know that's what I get.
Yes, I definitely meet with
You
Lieutenant.
have to have the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I definitely meet with Lieutenant Ford, especially when we have serious incidents in our schools, and we definitely sit and powwow, and there are times when I don't agree with what he says, and he doesn't agree with what I say. I mean, that's just the nature of it, and being prior law enforcement myself, I understand where he's coming from, but then being in the school setting, he has to understand where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So, I get to be, I'm in a position to be the best of both worlds, but I think that there are times when, we do come to a mutual agreement on certain situations, and it's still a work in progress. It's still a work in progress. I mean, nothing's going to be perfect, but we are trying to address those issues.
Thank you. Thank you both, and we expect that you'll continue to work collaboratively to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Dyer.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Okay, 7.1, are we okay to go to 7.1, or do we need a break?
I would like a break.
All right, we'll break for 15 minutes, please. 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
10 minutes. 5 minutes.
7?
Okay, 10 minutes.
10.
Yeah.
We only got one thing left.
As soon as she calls us back, as soon as she calls us to order, I'm going to make a motion.
Yeah, you can sit.
Y'all can have all my
folks mad at me waiting. Okay, we're gonna go ahead, I'm sorry, call the meeting back to order, where we continue to have a quorum.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules once again and move 8.1 forward to now.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we modify the schedule to move 8.1 to 8:53. Yes. Go ahead and move forward. Communications, MHP, the marketing update.
I know that means y'all
I'm
have.
sorry, I was.
Marketing update, 8.1.
Is this a discussion?
I didn't talk to you.
Yeah, she needs to leave.
Pam and our guest does not need any introduction, so.
Yeah, and thank you so much. Good evening, President Wesley, Board, and Dr. Wright. I don't really want to take up the time because I know the hour is far spent, but I've been very excited to work with MHP. We've accomplished quite a bit. We've had several meetings, but I'm going to let Christian Nicholson tell you all about it and the work that is ahead. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to figure out how to.
Could you tell me your name? MHP?
Kristen Nicholson, MHPSI.
Okay, it's all in one, okay.
Yes, one.
MHPSI, okay.
I think Pam's getting me there pulled up here. Good evening. Good evening. Excited to be in front of you again to give you a progress report. And here we go. Okay, so as a reminder, our assignment is to create a strategic marketing plan for LRSD. Okay. Our assignment, to create a strategic marketing plan focused on brand awareness, brand perception, but ultimately to drive enrollment and recruitment. So that's what we're working towards. Our update today, if we can go to the next slide, Pam, thank you. Here's a timeline. So we started back in July, really August, with kickoff with discovery and orientation. We are now in the middle of focus groups. We started in September. We're working to wrap those up soon, where we're having a series of stakeholder interviews. So that's in progress. We will be regrouping in the next couple weeks with the marketing comms team, Pam's team, to discuss preliminary findings. There's been some key themes that we've found as we've been talking to all these stakeholder groups. And then we'll move into our planning phase, which includes strategy and positioning, creative recommendations centered around messaging. Messaging is very important. Then go into channel strategy and media planning. How are we going to spread the message far and wide? What channels will we distribute that message through? Stakeholder mapping. How do we engage the community? How do we engage those stakeholders outside of media, like traditional media, digital media, through some PR and community outreach? And then the goal is to work towards campaign launch in 2026, which will be here before you know it. Okay, so focus groups. We have been deploying a method called appreciative inquiry, which essentially means we're meeting with your champions, your stakeholder groups that love LRSD. So we've met with classified staff, we've met with teachers, we've met with principals, and we've met with department heads. We've had a few interviews with you all, and we're working to get all of those interviews scheduled. And then we have dates scheduled for students, parents, and community members, which obviously are very important audiences. So we will do 8. So far we've met with over 50 people. Next steps, conclude the focus groups, analyze those findings, and then share the preliminary draft with Pam's team. Pam has been sharing some competitive recruitment news blasts with us on a regular basis. We've also been gathering our own intel during this process just to get a good lay of the land on what other districts are doing for recruitment. We will then layer on our findings from the focus groups to help inform that message. But really, beyond the message, the distribution channels are going to be very, very important. We need to deliver a message to the right audience about what's in it for them.
why do they want to send their kids to a school district? Because every person, every family has different needs. And we have to tap into those needs with the right message. And then we will be presenting a full plan in December. So that is a quick progress report. Any questions?
Thank you, thank you. Any burning questions?
I just have
one over there, really? I mean, burning questions. I mean, burning. I mean, must we? Go ahead. Oh.
We must.
Go ahead. Who wants to go? Adam, go ahead.
It's burning. No, I wonder if you could talk just a little bit. Thank you for all the work. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the community members that you plan to reach out to.
So we're working with Pam to identify those community members. I believe that there are certain groups like your PTA groups. I know that you have a whole department that works with the community outreach and business outreach. So she's working with those teams to identify the best champions. And of course, timing and availability is also a factor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Pam, if there's anything you want to add.
Is there a possibility of talking to community members who are not LRSD supporters?
That's an excellent question that I anticipate you would ask because it's very important to this process. So we have some tools that are available that's primarily technology that we can deploy listening. So social listening, news monitoring, and then we can deploy tools to gather all that listening and to analyze it. I also actively follow, I'm a parent myself, although she's a toddler and not quite ready, but you know, it's never too early to start planning for your kid's future. I'm in several mom groups and we're in the recruitment window now. So everyone's going to these Facebook groups and asking, it's time for, you know, me to enroll my kid. Where should I go? What do you think about this school, this school? I'm actively listening, taking screenshots and saving those.
Thank you.
My question was very similar, just that can we help advertise for parents that we know would be interested in participating?
I personally would love that. I don't
Okay.
know the process.
I mean,
but I think the more the
Great.
merrier because
Great.
we need more.
I think we have lots of families that would be, I know in Zone 5, there are lots of families who would love to help contribute to the conversation, so, yeah.
I think the only thing is we're restricted by timeline.
Yep.
Because there is a sense of urgency to, you know, act.
Could we get that, just like your ask and how people sign up? Or
Absolutely.
How does
We can
that
get
work?
you,
Yeah.
we have some dates earmarked on the calendar.
Oh, great.
That
Perfect.
I will work with Pam to get to you.
Okay, that sounds good, and just how to sign up.
Yeah, how to sign up and then
where to go and all the things.
We do ask for a certain group size.
Okay.
Just because with focus groups, you want to make sure that there's somewhat of a control and they don't spur the life of their own and become not as effective as you would want from a focus group. But if we do get an overwhelming sense of response, we can always break that up into multiple groups.
The only other thing I would say, kind of to Mr. Adams' point, is just that I think that there may be a lot of like, I know in work people talk about quiet quitters or what, you know, quiet quitting things, but people who may be leaving or planning to leave the district who haven't really, like, aren't putting that out on social media, don't want to drag the district through the mud, but just have made another choice. And I do think there is some value in understanding that as a district. I mean, if those are the folks that are leaving us, I think that might just not be something you can get from like social media.
I absolutely agree, and I would advocate for this plan to be a constant learner so that when you're getting those data points next year, when you're seeing the certain students that may have chosen to go elsewhere, to input that back into the plan so that while this is a media plan or a channel plan for 2026, how does that impact the plan for 2027? And those data points will be important data points to have those informed decisions for the next fiscal year.
Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Okay. Oh, you do? I'm so
I do.
sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were trying to-
Pam, do we still have that exit application?
Joyce.
Do we have exit when parents or families exit the LRSD? Do we still have that program? Is that something we can look at? When they're leaving, exit interview or exit form or exit?
That probably was something that was conducted through student registration, but obviously you will have an opportunity to have these extended conversations with Ms. Nicholson to see what you would like to see as part of the plan. So hopefully all of you who have not participated in the conversation, if you would make yourselves available based on the dates that we provide for you.
I know, but we just need some options, like the one day.
We have
y'all
some
offered,
dates,
not
we have new dates that are coming your way.
I tried
The
and got
sooner
told
we can
no.
get- The sooner we can get those, I know my calendar is booked up for like 3 weeks right now, so it's like mid-November. So that would be great.
Have, a couple of you have participated, right? All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, do you guys have something? Okay.
Feedback, concerns?
Was it-
All right, thank you.
Are you good? Are you good? Okay. All right, we're good.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I looked at it.
You didn't have.
All right, okay. 7.1. Resolution for local support of 2026 six-year master plan.
Making sure y'all sure. It was my birthday before and y'all told me it wasn't my birthday. Then my birthday back in. All right, good evening. You good. I got several folks in the room that's gonna be participating maybe in some of these things. I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible here. Get connected here. First one should be fairly short for us, I think, here. It was a
They've all quit smiling, so you really do need to hurry.
Yep. We only about 3.5 hours in so far, so
Not bad.
it's early night for us.
Non-paid physician.
A little bit, all right.
We have done really well recently.
Is it gonna pop up for me?
We're backing up to 7.1.
All right, y'all.
We did 8.1 out of 11.
All right. Good deal. Let's go back. Gotta open my thing back up now. Doing
Mr.
good.
Mason was barely peeking over the edge of the.
Sorry, I closed out one of my documents.
Oh, no.
Make y'all wait for a little while.
I love to wait.
All right. So before you, on this agenda item here, as far as master plan, so we gave 2 weeks for public comments. And you all had it before you. It has quite a few attachments there. You can see when I pull this up, it's going to have actually the resolution along with our committed and planned projects for the upcoming years. Typically, we try to go out for partnership funding as well, and we were successful this past biennium. What you have before you're going to see, I think we talked a little bit about this during the agenda item. You can have your ADA requirements, you have a lot of custodial schedules and everything that is pretty much our plan, that how we maintain our buildings throughout the district there, along with any planned and committed projects out there. Had a 2-week public comment period. I don't think anybody made any public comments. The sign-in sheet tonight was to help facilitate one of the requirements we have to have for a sign-in. So that's why it was a lot of folks on that sign-in sheet. I tried to have safety and security help me out with those. But unless you have any questions, I do have Ms. Woodridge here, which is our consultant that helps us with our master plan as well. She works very closely with our maintenance operations division. Thank you for being here tonight.
Get up and speak since you've been here so long.
You can
You don't have to.
She's like, I really don't want to.
My name is Joanne Woldridge. I've worked with y'all for quite a few years now. I don't know exactly how many. Yeah, I'm your facilities consultant, all things master plan, all projects that have to go through the state. I meet with Mike Ellis every other week. We go over all the projects coming up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you.
You can go to bed.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that the LRSD Board of Education approve the attached resolution.
It's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education approve the attached resolution. Any questions or other further comment?
We should probably read it. It's a legalistic thing.
Well, it's been attached all week. Never mind.
Go ahead, you want to read it?
I can read it.
You want to read it?
Well, I'm going to read it from up here because I don't have my closed my computer.
You don't have my, yeah. My glasses are
You may pull it back up?
I got it pulled up.
I'm
Here we
not
go.
good with this display.
Resolution for local support of 2026 six-year master plan and partnership project, applications 2729 Biennium. Whereas the Little Rock School Board has reviewed and voted yes to fully support the school district's 26 six-year master plan and 2729 partnership project applications, and whereas the Little Rock School Board understands that the Arkansas Division of Public School Academic Facilities and Transportation must approve said master plans and project applications, and whereas the Little Rock School Board understands that when partnership applications and master plans are approved, the Academic Facilities Division, through the legislative appropriations, may participate in the construction of academic facilities at the state computed wealth index as funding permits. Be it resolved that the Little Rock School Board has voted to dedicate local resources to meet the school district's share of financial participation in approved new construction projects on the six-year master plan and applied for within the 27-29 partnership funding biennium. And then there is a piece that says, does the board intend to seek electorate approval to fund the district's share? We said no. Does the board intend to dedicate other local resources? And we said yes, May 2027, and then it will be signed by lots of people, and there is an attachment with a list of the projects.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second as read. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7.2. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. I'm sorry about it being a little lengthy. Yeah. I don't know what-
Glad you came.
Come back. All right, so the next one, 7.2, resolution authorizing the sale of real property. This is the second resolution. We had a resolution that was listed. This is 25 Sheridan Drive, formerly Meadow Cliff. The property appraised at $530,000. We did, I think this may be the second or third offer that we got. So this one, hopefully it's gonna stick here. It's for the appraised price of $530,000. So this resolution gives Dr. Wright and myself the ability to sign whatever documents to close out if it gets to that point of closing. They're still going through the due diligence. It's Carter Youth Recovery Center. That's what's gonna go there. So that's the plan there. So I think it's maybe something good for the community as well. So we're happy to hopefully get this off our hands if we can. So it's been vacant for about 3 years now. So it was 2 years on the underutilized list, pretty much on the master plan there. So we had it up for sale, I guess, the last, I need about 6 months or so or less out there, so.
Any questions about this one? I entertain a motion.
I moved it.
No, you can do it. Oh, I just have a question. It is for Carter Crew, so do we need to insert their name? Because the way it reads now,
It's on the
it's open.
It's on the resolution here, say whereas, yes, it's first
In the
paragraph
motion,
here.
maybe just say it.
I got it on the screen if you want to look at it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Rose may want us to read the resolution also.
It's not necessary to read the resolution, dear.
It is.
It's
displayed.
there, though,
Yes, it
for
is
your
displayed
review,
for our review.
please. Yes.
Okay, well, I move the LRC Board of Education approve the attached resolution to execute the sale of excess real property located at 25 Sheraton Drive, Little Rock, Arkansas, to Carter's Crew Youth Recovery Center.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the LRSD Board of Education approve the attached resolution to execute the sale of excess real property located at 25 Sheraton Drive, Little Rock, Arkansas, to
Carter's Crew Youth Recovery Center.
Recovery Center. Any question?
One question. Mr. Bailey, was this built into your budget for this year?
What, the sale? It wasn't, yeah, but it would help out. It goes.
No, I'm serious.
It wasn't, no. We
So-
didn't have this offer when we actually had the budget approved. So we were hoping that it's gonna help out the budget because the longer it stays up there, it's been vandalized some. It keeps us from having to spend money, my safety and security and maintenance operation folks going over there, but it goes to help out on capital improvement once we get those.
No, part of the reason I ask is that, we approved the budget for $15,000 in the black, and if we're selling something for in excess of $500,000 of revenue that we didn't budget for,
It'll help out.
that gives us a little more breathing space than we would have had previously.
Yeah, it does, yeah. We typically put all the money that we sold a building back into capital improvement, so we don't use it
Is
for
that a
operation.
requirement, or is that something we just do?
We just have, yeah, because, the need has always
We
been there.
have,
Sure,
we have
sure.
plenty of needs.
Moved and properly seconded. All in favor? Any other question? I'm sorry. Moved and properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, 7.3.
This is where I have a crowd of folks here. All in here. I got five. So they've been waiting around for this. We have our maintenance operation, some team leads here. We have Mr. Bird and Mr. Robinson here, along with our performance services personnel, and they're right here. So I'm gonna just jump in here real quick. You know, we have a lot of mechanical needs out there in the district. We identified some Renew America School Grant. We had, I think, about 16 schools on there. These are 2 schools that weren't included on there. There are 3 of our older schools, if you consider, I guess, Pulaski Heights Elementary and Middle School, 2 schools along with Forest Park. You all have some pictures there as well. I'm gonna show you all a few pictures there.
It was bad.
It was bad, yeah.
Do I need not to show you pictures?
No,
But
I
these
looked
are
through
realistic
those and
pictures,
made
kind of
a
what we're dealing with
noise
in some of these older schools. I mean, Central's an older school as well. You're gonna see these units.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Like here, we're way beyond their useful life, and I mean, they're not getting the air quality they probably need in these spaces. So this is 2 projects or 3 projects that we've been looking forward to. We actually have partnership funding with the state on these. And I started partnership with very little, but on this, and I think it's about 2.9. Mr. Will Black, you can come on up and correct me. Y'all been waiting. I know y'all want to stand up and stuff. So y'all come on.
Just stretch.
Just to stretch a little bit. He probably has a longer drive.
Strategies to keep your honey from going to sleep in this.
So they provided all these things as well. So you'll see different controls here along with the different schools that we have here. I don't know if I need to show you any more pictures. You all probably looked through the pictures already, at least. So you know there's a need there. So, but they've been waiting here about 3.5 hours. I do need them to say a little something. But this is a major project here of about 12.9, and anything bring before you all has to have board approval of $1 million. But the gist behind this is that our energy savings, based on what they're going to do and propose, is going to pay for the debt service, which is all in-house financing. And performance service has been with us. I have to see how long it's been now. 10, 11, 12 years probably. So we looked at our major energy hall schools several years back and issued a performance service contract, and they won it. So that's when we did a lot of mechanical, along with the LED project that's just finished, I think, on this past year. So I'm gonna pull up. You all have a scope of work out there as well. I don't know if you all, how much detail you want to go into those, but I want to let
Dr. Rice says not much, so.
So it's my birthday now, y'all done made me wait, but no, this is a big one, so it's not my birthday.
Oh my God.
I got all these presents here to give you.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's not my
You always
birthday.
spend your birthday in the woods anyway.
Oh, yeah, I will. Yeah. I'm trying to get there. The weather's getting right. But you want to just tell them an overview of the project?
Yeah, just very high level.
Introduce yourself, too.
Yeah, so I'm Will Black with Performance Services. I'm Business Development Manager. I've got a couple folks here with me. Robert Biennium is Development Engineer. Michael Thompson is one of our PMs. We had a slew of folks looking at this project. Initially, when we stepped in, we had really just the 2, Forest Park and the Pulaski Heights projects that had partnership funding. When we talked to Kelsey originally, he said, yeah, we'd love to do that. We don't have the funds for that. And I said, well, if we can find energy savings to help close that funding gap, would you be willing to talk about that? And he said, well, of course we would, but who knows, right? These guys went to work. I'm not the brain power, obviously. So these guys go to work and find not only enough to cover that funding gap, but also in excess of close to $190,000 annually over the finance term, which is 20 years. So
Did you just say $190,000 annually?
Annually, that's the average. So that escalates up. But yeah, that's the average. That's correct.
For overall, for all this?
Well, each year over 20 years, which is the finance term.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the first year gross savings is in excess of $700,000. Gross, that's gross.
Wow.
When you take out the finance payment, you're left with, on average for that 20-year finance term, an average of about $190,000. Excess.
Is that
net.
in all of this somewhere?
It depends on how you structure the finance. You can structure the finance to front load the savings, so you're net positive every year, but it does accrue more interest that way, so that will lower the amount overall. So, and that decision doesn't have to be made tonight. That financing piece, which is in-house, we just assign that to a financial partner. But as far as how you want to structure the financing, you can determine that in the coming weeks and months. So that doesn't have to be decided tonight.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah.
Back here.
So that's what the cash flows, if you look at that.
Yeah.
If you want to go through that bit by bit, I'm happy to, but if you want to go home soon, I'm happy to not go to bit by bit.
I just have one. Can I ask just one question out loud?
Ask whatever you want.
So I have a kid at Pulaski Heights who I was just saying that we could either have the radiator on or teach last year, I think, in his classroom. So I mean, it was you were either cold or you could teach.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited about this. Yeah. Is there going to be central heat and air or more window units?
There will be no window units. No.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a huge improvement.
radiators.
Yeah.
And no radiators. Oh my gosh, y'all. You have no idea how exciting this is.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Also live in an old house, so I mean, I know that, they tend to let the wind blow through. But this is amazing savings. Or is there like energy efficiency work done at the same time this is done? Or is that just kind of
So on these two
savings from-
campuses, there will be some efficiency gains just in the systems that we're installing. That's
Okay.
not what's
Yep.
really driving your savings. Most of the savings come off of the other 8 campuses that we're going to be touching,
Okay.
which we're going to be,
Okay.
it's going to be
Yeah.
involved with scheduling for HVAC and,
Yeah.
and such. So
Okay.
that's where the savings really gets driven.
Like by timing when your air comes on
Mhm,
and off?
Yeah, when it
so
comes
you're
on,
cool.
when it kicks
Yeah. Oh,
off,
that's
it
cool.
can't run
Yeah.
all night long, that kind of fun
Yeah.
stuff. So we have some overrides that will allow some local control for, a couple of hours at a time if someone happens to stay late, but then it
Yep.
reverts back to the schedule, so you don't have it just running all night
Yeah.
long, 24/7.
Awesome.
We want to eliminate that as much as possible.
Efficiency.
I have one
Chair will-
question. When will the replacement and the happen? When will the work start?
So the work, in essence, the design work will start immediately, okay? But in earnest, the construction piece of that, well, the controls piece on the 8 campuses starts very soon. Robert, you want to?
So, we would start on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, step
Come
up.
up and stretch. and
Yeah, there you
talk.
go. Up on her. Yeah.
The work with the control systems would start, almost immediately, within probably 2 weeks. We would also be starting the design process for the HVAC work very soon. Ideally, we would be sizing equipment so that we could get that on order, so that we can start work, late spring, maybe some mobilization and things that don't require displacing students. And then once summer hits, we'll be, very engaged in construction activities.
Thank you.
Probably a
We appreciate
2-year
that.
process to get all of the work
Okay.
done.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Answer your question?
Yes, it
Absolutely.
does. So, wait, you don't know if it does?
You said it does.
You
I heard you say it did.
I said,
You asked,
absolutely.
you asked, when will it begin? He said 2 weeks.
He said 2
said
weeks,
all
over
of that.
2 years.
And then expounded
And
on
then
it
there's
further.
a $700,000.
So what else do
Ladies, come to order.
There is a $700,000
something
savings on the front end. You said. What
Yeah,
what
in
was that
year
700,000?
I'm sorry?
That's the $700,000. Was it a savings?
That's the gross savings, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to circle back.
Yep.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion.
Oh, I'm so excited about this one, y'all. Hang on, not there yet, though. I move the LRSD Board of Education approve the attached amendment to the contract in order in order to complete the HVAC projects at Pulaski Heights Elementary, Pulaski Heights Middle, and Forest Park Elementary, along with HVAC control upgrades at identified facilities. And that would be the contract with, what is y'all's name?
Performance
Sorry.
Services.
Performance Services, yes.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education approves the attached amendments to contract in order to complete the HVAC projects at Pulaski Heights Elementary, Pulaski Heights Middle, and Forest Park Elementary, along with the HVAC control upgrades at identified facilities with performance services. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all for making that.
All right, and 7.4.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for sticking around.
So I do want 2 guys. So Dave Burke is our Assistant Director of Maintenance Operations.
Thank y'all.
Ben Robinson is everything else there, so all the electrical, plumbing, and everything else, all the calls, they handle that, so they
They're
always
family.
on the clock, so y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Safe travels back to you all as well. All right. So my last thing is 7.4 here. All right, so this is our financial update as of September 2025. Y'all ready to roll?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Dr. Wright looks so excited. All right, summary of revenue status reports. This is generally the same thing, so it's not much on here because, I mean, the fiscal year just started. We approved the budget in September, so collection is gonna be very minimum right here as far as, property tax collection. You see almost $14 million in that, period of time from, July through September. It's gonna get a little bit more in October and hopefully in November as well. So this is fairly boring right here. So, I mean, it's good to have money coming in, but a lot of these categories won't have money coming into the, latter part of the year. So, but I'll keep you updated on those. Unless you have any questions, I'm gonna go on to the expenses as well. As far as expenses, no major changes since the budget was just approved September 25, and this is reflective of the expenses we had there. We do have some deficits in a few areas, which we will be addressing. Of course, we actually sold bonds. We don't close on them to November 18th. So when that money comes in, we actually put a budget out there for the other pieces on there, the architects and the construction services, to get these out of the red. But we didn't want to budget revenue out there before we actually got approval. So, but we'll get them going. Dieseline and gasoline and diesel, we do have more encumbrance out there than we have budget. I think that cost is gonna go down. We did add 25 EV buses to our fleet, so that's gonna, allow us to reduce that PO out there too, along with the buildings we have on construction, so. As far as fund balance, kinda ugly on some of it. I'm gonna start from the bottom and go up. Child nutrition fund balance, $856, so that's good. They've spent down quite a bit of money. If you've gone into several of the cafeterias and things, you'll see some renovations going on, especially high schools and middle schools and other places with a lot of new things that make the cafeteria look nice, along with seating and everything else. As of the end of September of 25, our federal fund balance is negative 117, and that's kind of a timing issue. So as we are waiting on reimbursements from federal funds, that typically, it can be a positive, it can be negative in some months, but on this month it happened to be negative. We hadn't had any problems actually getting reimbursements in. Hopefully that continue on with, everything with the government, but we hadn't heard anything negative as of now. So I think all the allocations are still in place for now.
With the shutdown.
Right now, yeah, we're still getting it, yeah. So we'll see. I'll let you know if I hear anything different. Capital improvement fund balance currently, as of September, was $7 million. Of course, that was down from about $100 million that we started the last fiscal year with. So we spent that money down. We have a lot of projects. I won't say a lot of projects. We have some major projects going on right now. We're finishing up Parkview. We have some renovation over at Central, and of course our Pinnacle View High School as well. Operating fund balance, one of the lowest it's ever been. Right now, this one's pretty low, $1.1 million. And that's when we talk about fund balance getting pretty low at that point. So you have to really watch all your expenditures there, because you want to make sure you're making payroll, but also, looking at those accounts payable. So it's going to come back up as we get this next, it's up a little bit now because we started getting some of the tax payments. It was taxes due October 15th. So if you didn't pay your tax by October 15th, got a little late charge going on now, but pay them as soon as possible. But we're going to get, quite a bit of money in November as well that we have to live off for the next several months until we get that spring money. So that's pretty much it. And of course, you can see you can't even see it on here. You have to make it bigger. So,
it's like literally invisible.
Right there. So, but you can tell. So it gets us pretty weird. So I mean, my finance department and we talk every day to kind of look at cash balances and everything else out there. Although fund balance is a snapshot at that time, but if you get it that low, it's messing with your cash balances and the cash flow. So we really have to look at what was coming in and going out. So, and we're still looking at that as well. So,
I think you just hang on to that Meadowcliff money if it comes through. You just put it right there on that little gray line.
Yeah, we'll try our best, but we'll get money in November. So the last 3 months have been pretty stressful. So I lost all my hair.
Any questions? You guys
That's
have
it.
any questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
Go ahead and make the motion. I'll ask it in discussion.
You've got a question then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
In there.
Do you want me to
The
go?
LSD Board of Education approve and accept the September 2025 Board Financial Report as submitted.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education approve and accept the September 2025 Board Financial Report as submitted. Any comments or questions? Was there a question?
Yeah, I have two things. One was, I missed what you said on the capital improvement for, was it Pinnacle View High School? Like, what did you say?
I'll say the capital improvement fund balance is gone from $100 million. We got $100 million down to $7 million, and most of this is already been exhausted as well. That's why we did the sale. So the major projects we currently have on is Pinnacle View High School. We're finishing up Central Baseball and lighting project along with Parkview. We do have some small other projects going on, but I mean, those are the major projects that I talked about.
Gotcha. Okay, so, question on, I seen an email where it said that we've been operating in the red for the past 3 years. My question is, and I know this is for our monthly statement, and we are projecting forward and all of those things, and we're going to, at some point, in the spring, have a reconstitution of the district by its board going from 9 to 7. So at some point, we do need to, and two, we already have a motion, but I could make another motion for us to do a forensic audit around our finances and our procurement and things like that, to where like we are able to get a clear picture about where are we, what have we done, right over the last 3 years, right? To make sure that our board that is coming in knows right where we're at, especially with the reconstitution. And then I know we keep talking about our loss of finances and enrollment and the vouchers, but for us, the vouchers haven't had much of a impact right on our district. So I think either at the next meeting or so, or even after this motion, and then I would like to entertain the idea of having an audit, like an outside audit done right on our finances, to where we know exactly right where we are, right as we're going through another reconstitution.
I know y'all in the middle of discussion. I don't know if I can make a comment since y'all have a.
Save it till we vote.
Yeah, you can wait till we vote, yeah.
Okay. Any other comment or question?
I had one question for Mr. Bailey about I'm sorry, Ms. Calloway. My question is about the shutdown, and with our budget report for this month, I know I made the motion, but I do have a question. How is the shutdown? I mean, I know I talked to Dr. Wright, and he said we had school lunch and breakfast through the end of November, and that's it.
I think so, but we have a fund balance as well, so I'll get an update from Child Nutrition.
Okay.
So I'm not sure where that balance is at now statewide, because it's USDA. I know our state, we have a state division as well, so
right.
They hadn't sent any notices out. I don't think you might have gotten one, because Dr. Wright and Ms. Walker-Hine is actually on the contract. So, but I mean, that would probably be the one that we are most worried about.
Is feeding our kids.
Well, we're gonna feed them.
We're gonna feed them.
Yeah, I will, definitely.
Okay.
Okay. So, it's been moved and properly seconded that the LRSD Board of Education approve and accept the September 2025 Board Financial Report as submitted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Just a quick comment before y'all, I guess you may talk about an audit as well. So your legislative audit is required by state law, so I don't know if y'all know how in-depth the legislative audit process is. It's a lot more in-depth than a private audit typically is. So, I mean, they're looking at every aspect of your finance and your policies. If y'all have a policy up there, they're making sure we're following it based on our procurement guidelines, along with e-finance is a direct open notebook to a DESI as well. So they see all the expenditures they go through, so they don't have to wonder about what we're spending money on, because they can pull it all and look at it. So Commissioner, so y'all you may want legal advice before you
It's redundant.
Get
a private audit. Forensic, typically you're looking for something you got to recreate. That's what it is.
Well, I do understand that, but I do also think, and two, this will be another conversation that I'll bring up and bring a motion for an outside forensic audit to look at particular things within our budget.
They'll need to find money to pay themselves.
Well, we have money. We have, so, but at any rate, then we do need to, at a future meeting, I'll definitely be bringing forth some language for a motion to do an outside forensic audit right over particularly the last 3 years, part of our district operations.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to board comments. Board comments? Any comments?
I have
Yes.
a comment. I want to say that Little Rock School District and our Council of Great City Schools did an outstanding job. Director Norma Johnson also did an excellent job doing her presentation. The Stephanie and Dr. Lauren, Dr. Cooper, all the presenters that presented at the Council of Great City Schools for Little Rock School District did an outstanding job under the leadership of our Superintendent, Dr. Jermall Wright. They did outstanding. I was so proud. I was so proud to be from Little Rock School District. It just made me feel so proud.
Yes, that's correct. I did tell that. We did, about 7 presentations? So we put Little Rock on the map. You know, somebody has to tell our story. We have to go and tell our story because we got some great things going on in Little Rock School District, and people need to know. And then you go and you find out you're not the only one with problems either. So it was really a great event.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Adams?
Yeah, I just want to make 2 brief comments. One was we talked last month about the program that happened at Hamilton, where they did a presentation of art and singing and dance and rap and all. And my wife and I were able to attend that, and we were so impressed with the students and the crowd support and the staff. It was just such a positive thing, and I was really encouraged with the direction all the signs pointed to how we're doing at Hamilton and alternative learning. So thanks to all the people who are involved in that. The other thing I wanted to mention was that just a couple of weeks ago, we did for the first time have a group who walked in the Little Rock Pride Parade, and it was people who, great thanks to people who organized that. Stephanie was the main person with that, but we had students, we had faculty, we had supporters. We just gave a real strong message that everybody in the district belongs and is supported, and that was such a positive thing. And one of our participants who has participated in many of these type of events around the state said that she thought that we may have been the only public school district who's ever participated in such a parade. And so I felt very proud for our district on that day.
Yes.
Okay. I'll jump in real quick. Couple things. I know tonight we voted on the early childhood sliding scale fee and the early childhood 0 to 2 program fee increase for the private pay families, due in part to the changes in the school readiness assistance funding from our state. And looking to expand and bring early childhood to a broader group of people. I know there's been some discussion on social media about this. I will say, I know there was like a conversation that somebody let me know about earlier today in like Little Rock Power Women, and there have been just in some online forums. I just want to say that we are not looking at these options to hurt or harm anyone, and there is a lot of flexibility with the Arkansas Better Chance program beyond just finances to allow children to qualify. Just a few examples of parents without a high school diploma or GED, a low birth weight baby, parent is under 18 years of age at child's birth, immediate family has a history of substance use and or addiction. I mean, child has a demonstrable developmental delay. There are several more on here. So a child with a limited English proficiency. So there are a lot of ways that families can qualify for the ABCs. We have over 1,300 ABC slots in early childhood for our Arkansas Better Chance pre-K program, pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. And we did do a survey long ago, about a year ago, a little over a year ago, I think, about early childhood, and asked families, and a third said they would absolutely be willing to pay and contribute to that if they were able on a sliding scale, and another third said they would consider it. And so I really hope that this will be a way that we can expand our offerings on this. And, you know, at a time where our budget is crunched, it is important that we look at ways Most other districts our size are also doing this sliding scale if they are even allowing families over income for the Arkansas Better Chance program to enroll at all. And we have been paying for that out of some of our student achievement dollars over the years. And those are being stretched too as we have requirements for third grade reading and things like that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that on early childhood out loud so that folks know a little bit about that. The second is that I asked Dr. Wright this week if we could get a report from the Friday firm on the invoices for the lawsuit, specifically broken out from our other invoices from the Friday firm, as well as getting a monthly update at our work session on the lawsuit or via email, but just making sure that we are updated on what's happening there. And then finally, open enrollment is about to happen. Some phases of that come out next week. I know I've gotten a lot of questions over the past few days about the information that's come out, so go check that out. Make sure you understand and know when you do have to enroll if you are looking at coming and joining the Little Rock School District. And finally, for those who, I know there are folks around the district gathering food for our families who are food insecure as SNAP benefits get shut off in a couple days. Here in Arkansas, I think WIC benefits for those families with a kid under 5 we have enough funds to go through mid-November right now. But there are a lot of families who made their only meals that they're getting maybe at our school right now. And I know there are some schools doing some local efforts to help bring in food, especially as we head toward the holidays. So thanks to all those who are contributing and supporting our families. I am super worried about it. I know our teachers and our staff see that directly every single day and know which kids don't have enough food at home. So if there are ways, I don't know, I just want to say, if there are ways that we as a board can be helpful in that, to organize anything else more district-wide or anything else like that, it breaks my heart to think that kids may go home and not have food to eat at home. So that is all I have. I know that was long-winded, but there's a lot going on in the world right now, and we are trying to do our best to help support our kids. Thanks.
Okay, well, thanks. You touched on.
Sorry if I stole your thunder.
Yeah, but you're good. Okay, so with first and foremost, we do have a lot of issues going on, and maybe even getting with some of our churches that have the programs through Feed America, because I'm thinking about three churches now that give and pull in large. They bring in semi-trucks full of food to feed communities, and so particularly partnering with some of those entities to feed our Little Rock and beyond families would be great. You already touched on early childhood. We have an amazing program, of course, with early childhood, and like it was said, the team didn't take raising the tuition very lightly. It's only $5 to $10, and it goes up to $20 overall over a small period of time. And the other thing I do want to lift up is the number of families we have that are federal workers and employees that are within our district as well as within our city that are going without a paycheck. Some of them are actually working, and others are just waiting on even their unemployment to come in and kick in for those that have applied. And so we definitely need to have a sense of compassion, but more of equity to where, right, if we see that students are starting to act out of character or something of the nature, just understanding that not only are we faced with food insecurity, we're also faced with the income, I don't know what to call it, restriction, the income, the government shutdown. So that is something just to pay attention to. And the other thing I would touch on, I got two more things, they're very, very quick, is, I think next week, it opens it up for filings for boards. And so make sure if you're interested that like you're getting out there and that you're filing those, getting your signatures. You only need 20, get 40. But at the same time, just make sure that if you are interested, understanding that this is like a legislative board, and it's a working board, and you definitely need to know how the system works. It's not necessarily a cheerleading board, but it is something that you have to understand policies and have a focus on something.
It's not nearly as much fun as it looks.
No, and plus it's a paid. I mean, it's a non-paid board, and so like you raise money. You raise money to run, right? If you have an opponent, but then once you're here, it's just your time, and you get VIP hours if you're submitting those. So in that, just know. Yeah, just if you're interested, if you've been in any type of political workshops and trying to get into political office, this is a great space to understand how government works, since public schools are a part of is a government entity. Okay, and then the last thing that I will say and bring up, and I'll probably let it rest for a little bit, is the I do want the resolution to be brought back for Michael Mason, because unofficially it have been decided. So I do want it just more official, and it is a resolution, and no one is disputing that it happened. The hang up is just doing it publicly, but then, right, if we want more of a harmonious and just overall good working vibes, then we should not be protecting someone that exhibited bad and aggressive behavior on multiple times. So with that, I think I'm going to end it on that, but we do have good things happening in our district.
Okay, so let's just bring it back to the students. Wednesday at Carver, Washington, I did my first small group. I had 5 young men, and I spent an hour with them. And when I left, I was like, please give the teachers what they want. So I'm waiting on MLK. They're supposed to be putting me something together for a small group. But you know what? It was so inspiring. I just really felt like that's where I'm supposed to be with that small group. We just did sight words. We played bingo. We read a book. We just, of course, I had to say, stop, sit down, don't do that. You know? But it was just really inspiring. And these were third graders. They were kind of just on a little bit on the low end. And so I'm just trying to help them move up a little bit. And I mean, I think everybody should go and at least make an attempt to do a small group of young third graders or anybody else that need the help. It was just encouraging. I loved it. You're welcome.
I got one last thing. Anything else? Good for the people. There is and this, I'll just share this. There is a scholarship fair that's happening November 6th. And colleges and universities are coming to give away money. So regardless if you're in the Little Rock School District or beyond, you are definitely able to sign up and bring your students. Most schools are going to get there in the morning. It's at the fairgrounds in the Arts and Craft Building. Like I said, colleges and universities are coming to give away scholarships.
Okay. All right, so if there is nothing else, we will stand adjourned. If there is no objection, we are adjourned.
and universities are coming to give away money. So regardless if you're in the Little Rock School